Tom Hanks, plasma man. Tom Hanks, plasma man. Tom Hanks, plasma man. Just one douche and a hanging shine. Just at it, because in bad. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Lost gloves, missing shoes. Mazes and monsters. Dragnet, turning fools. He's that man with the one-man shoe. Tom Hanks, past the back. Just one douche and a hanging shine. Just at it, he's causing that. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Angels and demons, which one are you? You're a lady killer, that thing you do. Pictures of missing gloves and lost shoes. What's up with all the gloves and shoes? Tom Hanks, plasma man. Just one douche and a hanging shine. Just at it, he causing that. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. That's right, it's Tom Hanks, plasma man, plasma man. No douche, more douche than a hanging shine. Just at it, he causing that. But on the same typewriter, can't be bad. Oh, it's bad. That's right, it's Tom Hanks.
The deep they lurk, like twisted water dogs. In shadows they smirk, down in the rivers, out in the seas. Masters of the deep, dolphin mysteries. Bottlenose freaks, short beaks in the night. Humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true. Rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty. Ruling the waves, dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks. Underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, there counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Striped and spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outside, which is where you communicate with those outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. I tried giving as much as I could. They locked me up. They published it, paid me.
Dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. It's that dolphin, Illuminati.
When the CIA wasn't busy implanting devices in humans, bulls, and donkeys, they also experimented on common house cats. Project Acoustic Kitty was developed in the 1960s with a budget of $20 million, with the aim of implanting microphones and radio transmitters into the heads of felines as surveillance devices. Rumor has it that the project was scrapped after a prototype was run over by a taxi cab. Although, who knows how many surveillance cats are out in the wild right now? How well do you know your cat?
Britney Spears, can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
Used to think we knew was constantly explore the view of possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those bigger mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists, good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those mischief making, it's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves and happy Friday, good guys. How are you this evening?
Gordy, are you out on the range right now? I feel like you would have like a can of beans and a fire in front of him right now.
Have you ever seen the movie Blazing Saddles?
Oh, he is. Okay.
Bet.
They said you was hung.
Howdy, Capoke. It's not just every show on Friday night that brings you entertainment from all parts of the country. If you needed some grounding out, Gordy's got you.
Gordy, is your mic even on?
Or firing out, man.
Is that up? It's a classic Gordy. Brings it with him, no matter where he's at.
It doesn't matter. The sound's always perfect. It was working actually earlier. We actually did a sound test today.
Yeah,
But I will say I didn't see that damn microphone in his hand when we were doing it.
Use your mic, this mic.
We're back. We're back.
It seems like we haven't been on air in so long. I know. It hasn't really been that long. We haven't missed any days at all.
Have our strikes all evaporated yet, or are we in timeout still?
Well, we are available. Anyone that's finding us right now, there is a Project Chaney live stream, a Secret Society of Good Guys live stream, both on YouTube. There's a Rumble channel and X. So if you care about where a chat is, I'm guessing everybody is on the Project Chaney channel right now, but I have no idea. I just get one round number. It doesn't tell me where everyone is. I just see everybody's comments. I'm lucky.
Dispersed right now. Both you.
How do I sound? Do I sound?
There we
Can
go.
I hear? Can I be
Yay,
heard?
Gordy.
All right. Hi, howdy.
What's
Hey. What's up?
Ah.
I'll even turn you up a little on my end, and you don't even have to worry about it. So what's happened in this week? Why I've been out of the United States of America?
You were out of the United
Where did you
States
go?
of
I didn't know that.
America, didn't you?
She was cruising.
I was cruising.
Oh, that's right. No, I did know that. International waters, maritime law.
I was actually in the Bermuda Triangle for a little while. I hung off the Marianas Trench for a little bit. And yeah, did some snorkeling in the Bahamas. And let's see if there's anything worth reporting that I felt
How often
interesting.
do you think about conspiracy theories while you're out snorkeling and chilling in the Bahamas? Is it like
I
just
think
like
about conspiracies
thing?
all the time.
Okay.
So I don't understand how anyone could be out at sea and not be a flat earther. I don't
Right.
understand it. Even and my brother, I won't out him. He is a captain. I believe he is turning flat earth. I think I really don't think there's anything you can do to prove the earth is round, but there are things you can do to prove it's flat. And it
Engineering.
makes me kind of
period.
crazy. When
When
I
they're
look
like-
at the cruise boat, the whole bar, and I'm laid back in my chair, and there's like a bar, a railing going across. That bitch is flat. It's not curved. It's as flat could be.
I don't believe our eyes. So
I-
I mean, an
either.
argument from the standpoint of how it looks to a human eyeball, I don't think will ever be convincing to me. Which also puts me in a weird space because now I can only trust with like what some technology says that it's measuring out to be, and if they've got to the tech, then who do you trust? But I don't trust human eyeballs. Period.
Well, this is what gets me though. Like I've sat there and done screen shares with Summer where she will sit there and ask the Google. So like type in the Google Omni box a question like,
Real quick,
know,
hold that. Stick a bean. I did send out a link to Summer tonight, so she could fly in.
Oh, yay.
And I will
Hey.
tell everyone, Layla's
Me?
not with us tonight. We're all sending her really good energy, and hopefully she'll be back very, very soon. I don't want to promise Sunday or next Friday, but she's spending time with herself and her family. So all the love to you guys. Maybe she'll swing through, but just if anyone's well wishes to Layla. Send her good energy. So as you know. Sorry, now unstick the pen. Unstick a pin.
Love you, Layla, by the way.
We'll hate the hot deeds for you in your
Yes.
place.
Yeah, we will.
It wasn't right to play Layla Hates the Hotties without
well,
Layla. And I
yeah.
was
No.
unsure if she'd be here. So
I have a new understanding
okay.
of that. So as you guys,
Wait, Gordy. I unstuck Abby's pen still, and then I'll stick a pin in your Hadith and you can go back to it. Okay.
we'll come back. Always
I don't even remember what I was talking about, if I'm being honest.
Me neither.
Hold on.
Summer.
Summer,
Summer.
water being level, sharing screenshots all the time.
Okay, so that's trusting the science,
That's
right? But
good.
like getting into that, I watched Summer do the screen share because that's like where you watch some of her wildest magic, right? So she goes in and she types in, for some reason she's doing the nursery rhyme thing, and then she wants to know who has the world record for like the most sneezes and who has sneezed the longest, right? The longest sneeze. And she shows me her search results after she types in the Google Omni box, and it has like this man listed as like the world record for sneezing, though this other woman has sneezed like it the most in succession, like thousands of times, right? So she goes in and she's asking AI more about each of these people, and then she starts arguing with AI that the woman who has the most like sneezes in succession has to have the world record for the longest sneeze. And all of a sudden we go back and we type in the Google Omni box so AI retracts its statement and is like, oh, you're right, that has to be it. So then we go back and she searches Google again, and then all of a sudden the woman, every article that popped up is that she she changed the internet. they basically are saying that yes, this woman has a world record for sneezes every single article. So my point is, what do you trust? You can't trust that either. Like we could probably all change the internet just by like
Well,
manipulating
we're
AI.
already doing that. Look at how many people refer to Wikipedia as like, oh no, I found this on Wikipedia and it says this, and therefore that's how it is. And Snopes does the fact check thing, and then you can go to the discussion tab on any Wikipedia page, and you can see people just like bickering over the little edits made and how incorrect things happen. And it's like that alone is proof that like the facts around us are changing constantly.
Constantly. And then I mean I watched her do
Facts.
it in real time. It was insane.
You can't trust
Well,
it.
I also think it's interesting. Oh, go on, Gordy. I'll unstick your pin, Gordy. Gordy?
No, we'll stick him pegging it
Uh-oh.
and because I don't remember. I'll let
Uh-oh.
it.
Gordy, you're
Holy
cutting
shit,
up.
man. Fuck.
It's that goddamn microphone,
It's that
Gordy.
goddamn microphone.
Yeah.
Please throw that microphone to the owls.
No shit.
The technology in this little microphone by your neck is way more than that.
Yeah.
We'll get you a new microphone, Gordy. This I think is funny just because we got in so much trouble for pretty much stating this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to say it aloud again, but can I just show a New York Post article that I feel like we changed the internet somewhat, that I'm like, Fauci fesses up on fake science and COVID flim-flam. And then all the New York Post and New York Times and all those things are all coming out talking about that stinking vaccine. It's making me crazy. It's making me crazy. Like, why can't we say it? But all the papers are saying it. All of their IG is posting a picture of those same things. All of their, accounts. But if we say it aloud, we're in trouble for it.
Yeah,
That
I
is
didn't
wild.
want to say anything related to it.
I know.
I
I can't
know,
believe
but-
you said the V word.
Well, that's why I pulled it up to read it. Like,
All the YouTube channels are just gone now.
I know I pulled it up to read it. Like, am I allowed to read this? I have to keep testing it because if I get
right
in
now,
line, it's
I'll
might
tell
as
you
well
that
burn
like
myself in the
you
oven.
technically you can't just pull I mean, that one maybe is okay because other people have likely pulled that same article up and the AI knows that particular image, but I
pulled up one from January on purpose. I pulled up an older article because I didn't want a new one to get me in trouble because it might not have memorized it yet.
Exactly that's exactly what we're talking. But I mean, I had like a straight up strike and had my channel taken down temporarily for having a banned word from a news article shown on the screen for like a second and a half, and just having that word in the context of my video was eligible to get a strike, I guess. There wasn't anything being said. It was like music playing, instrumental music. So it's very specific. Like they're very strict about certain things.
Do you think there's any conspiracies that they let through just to blur the lines on everything else?
Flat Earth.
You think Flat Earth is the conspiracy?
I think it's a very easy one to get a lot of people on board, and even if there's something related to it, yeah, that's that's the thing that I can't.
This is my new thing I'm gonna say. If everything, I'm just gonna pull it up like and do this. We're not allowed to say these words.
That one still stings. I'm still a little hurt from that one, and you can see I did like a whole breakdown of that article that I found on the Sufan Center. We don't have to get into that right now, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, because I wanted to know, like, where does the list come from? Like, how come there's not a list where they just tell you, here's the things that you can't say, here are the specific phrases that we're looking for so that you can avoid them? The obvious answer is just so that you don't want people to figure out the code words before you can start filtering them all out.
That's where it's like, if we make new words up for the things, are we eventually just putting new words that we're not allowed to say into
Eventually, yeah. I think they
Yeah.
have to keep evolving, but then that also means that it's a lot harder for someone to come in like 6 months, a year more later. I mean, like, what the hell are these people talking about? Like, you'd have to be there along with the evolution of the word as well.
So do you think that's pretty much what language is? Just a form of control. And so every time that we try to make slang, or even look in the west coast of the country, how they tried to force Ebonics for a period of time because they didn't want anyone speaking in a lingo that they didn't dictate or weren't privy to.
Yeah, it's like modern day Tower of Babel, but YouTube's acting like God. Like they're the one that are gonna break down the Tower of Babel. Like, no, you people aren't allowed to have the same words for the same things. There's too much coordination going on.
That's why they
Good parallel.
keep hiding.
Do it, Gordy. Try it.
Can you hear me now?
Go.
No?
I give you a 4 out of 10.
You're just fuzzy.
Fuzzy? Let me use a different
But you're not
device.
breaking up.
I might have to fucking
Yeah.
use a
Yeah. You might
Different-
have to use a different device, and maybe your earphone has to be in both ears so it picks up, like it's wanting to pick up the ambient sound and the, I don't know. And sometimes you can turn off that echo canceling stuff and it might help. Like, I don't know if you have those switches on your settings,
yeah.
but sometimes those might help too.
We need a little interstitial video to play for like Gordy tech support. Little technical difficulties, but like a little musical one.
I know, but Gordy has to be the one that makes the musical interlude.
Yeah.
What's funny is Gordy's a tech guy.
No.
That's always
No,
how
I'm
it is,
not.
though. The mechanics
know.
never fix their own car.
No.
He was just, you're not anymore.
Oh, I hate devices now. I just hate. I don't want to learn a new thing.
No,
I feel like an old kid.
I don't even know. Are you on Wi-Fi or LTE?
Fuck.
Because you're coming in like the fuzz. You're coming
Could
in
be.
like snow. Like, Carolyn, come to the light, Carolyn.
I'll get out of it.
I love that movie.
I'll be back.
All right, good.
then there were
Good.
3.
Good. I know this is what I get myself for being such a mic Nazi. And then there were 3. But I've done it also to myself that if my mic even goes out for a second, everyone calls me on it. And then I've been on other podcasts that nobody's told me that my mic wasn't working.
Would that be Paranoid American over there?
Did that happen on one of our shows that your mic wasn't working?
Yeah, but we were just playing video games.
Oh, I probably didn't even notice.
That's, you know what, looking back at that, that was before the box saga turned crazy. We were just like just developing, like you were getting into the box saga. You had yet to do the whole show. You were like reading it and you were updating me through the whole thing that I was like, what? Like I was trying to like comprehend, and then I was trying to make up a dumber thing than the thing. And he's like, no, actually.
That's really, yeah, that's in
part of
chapter
it.
4 or whatever. I don't know. I've lost a little bit of interest because I feel like I just hit, like I read the thing. I got the, sort of like the general premise of a lot of it, and trying to get more into detail, it just doesn't exist. And it has to rely entirely on individual people's opinions because Eeyore Bach's not around to answer any of this stuff. And a lot of it's not written down. So it's frustrating, but it's like I don't want to just read a bunch of people's opinions and try and form what it is supposed to be a historical tale. So, I mean, there's the books that were written by Carl Borgen, and I almost feel like it starts and ends with those, and maybe a bunch of videos of Eeyore and audio of Eeyore.
Isn't it kind of when they talk about like a million year society or something that's been around forever, or even when Tartarians talk about a lot of the buildings, they're like, whoa, look how massive these buildings were. If this was a building, imagine how massive it was. That is always a nightmare to me. Like a city bigger than New York.
Well, have you
Like,
seen those salt mines in like Croatia before? Like those things are massive. So I mean, it's not like that unfathomable. There could be huge cities. Like I've read the Phil Schneider stuff, and I've gone down the conspiracy theory tunnels where there's literal cities that would rival an above ground city underground, like 20-mile cities.
oh yeah, I have no issue with the underground part of it. The underground is more an Agartha philosophy, in my opinion, than it is a Tartarian philosophy. Maybe the Tartarians have tried to like swipe this over the last like 300 or 700 days, and I'm not aware of it. But they're
Um,
not allowed to have Agartha.
my I've got a hot take on Tartaria, and it's basically influenced through a couple friends that I have in Ukraine, like way before like everyone hated Ukraine or liked Russia or whatever the political thing was. Like that, like my friendship with a few of these people predate any of that stuff.
When it was called My Crane still.
Yeah, when it was my crane. And I brought this Tartaria stuff up, and none of them had heard of this. I think I worked with like 6 or 7 dudes from like in the office, and I brought up the Tartarian thing. No one had heard of it. They looked it up, and the opinion from these Ukrainian dudes was essentially that one of the origin stories of the modern day Tartarian myth came from this Russian astrologer, and the Russian astrologer had put together this whole, it was very Eeyore Bakish in a way, like just kind of came out of left field, had all these answers for lots of like very ancient mysteries, but that the facts didn't necessarily check out 100%, but that the Russian government, I mean, maybe like the US, but in a different way, the Russian government like thrives on this information. Like that is part of their lifeblood, is just spreading complete chaos and like confusion. So they latch onto this, they start funding it. Like the Russian government funds this dude's work. And now all of a sudden it has like the gravitas of like, oh, it's official. Because what would be in Russia, like how would it be to Russia's detriment to embrace this concept that maybe Russia is the mother culture of the entire world, and then it all actually stems from land that they currently occupy? Now all of a sudden there's like political and cultural capital in that. So why would you not lean all the way into it? So long story short, the Tartaria is probably quite literally an actual Russian psyop, not like a QAnon Trump Russian psyop, but like a
Yeah.
real one that they could be invested in.
That makes sense. Like if you could we always like, it seems like anything that gives America any kind of beginning of civilizationness, whatever the state, whatever the pyramid or
Mormons.
mound or yeah, they kind of like, they don't let them have that. They'll let them have the military might for some reason, as far as, but they will not let them have any history. They keep wanting, it seems like an investment in the psyop for America to think it's the youngest country. Like it's just a little baby, this little 200 and whatever year old country.
You don't mind us.
Yeah.
We're just here making movies and music. We're not doing nothing.
Yeah, were you gonna say something, Abby?
Just that the whole Russian tie again. I feel like there's so much esoteric shit that comes out of Russia, and it's like usually the good shit. Just
Is
saying.
that going to be our next IRL meetup? We'll do it from Russia.
Let's do it.
Would that be our last one?
Maybe.
Did you guys watch Napoleon?
Not yet.
No.
Napoleon
It's-
Dynamite.
Well, it's like
Josh.
there's some historical untruths about it, but it's just interesting, like France and how much Britain screwed them over again and again, and like the whole Russia, like this Ukraine thing isn't new. This Russian battle isn't new. It seems like whatever has been going on, and somebody wrote it, like UK reigns. Everybody talks about the New World Order or the United Kingdom. That is a New World Order. And so UK reign is really just them encroaching on Russia. And Russia's not allowed to stand up for their own border. And so it's just Europe, which usually uses us as its military strong arm because they don't produce anything there except, sorry, Europeans, like inbreds at this point with sausage fingers. And it's just too, I don't know what's
Sausage
up. It's just,
fingers.
I think they've sat on their
Is
like
that-
hierarchies for so long that they've just, it's the best thing about Europe at this point is Mary Poppins, and that's American. But
just
maybe
became
that's just
King
my
Tut.
naivete.
I love Mary Poppins.
That's right, right?
Mary
Julie
Poppins.
Andrews and Dick Van Dyke were both American as hell, right? Neither of them were
Yes.
British.
I don't think so. Julie
It
Andrews
kind of
might.
annoys me how much
No,
of the
if you
early
ask
Disney
him.
stuff was British.
What'd you say, Thomas?
I said, yeah, Thomas,
Oh,
sorry.
I said a majority, like it kind of irritates me how much of the early Disney stuff was all like British. They gave everyone British accents. It took
Yeah,
place
why?
in Europe. I don't know. I mean, I think it maybe just gave it like a more of an old timey feel, and a lot of it was based on grim fairy tales, so they were like in that area. But I think why not have all of it be American? So I don't know.
Dat 101 says he was just kidding, by the way, but it's actually something that I firmly believe is that Ukraine is just a whole big money laundering psyop for the king and queen, and so we can act like the strong arm to keep sending money, and no one knows it's British, but really every single country around the world is stamped with the queen's mark. So it's not hard to believe. You can see what size the country is on the map by where the Queen and the Pope spread Christianity. So UK reign is what you're already living under if you're in a quote unquote white Christian country that has a big spot on the map, because we know the United States and Australia and all those places can all fit easily inside Africa. But the queen couldn't spread her logic and ideology to Africa as easily. And this is why you have the Meghan Markle, because if they can have a little black, then it's really good PR. So when they take their tour of Africa, to remind all of them why they still need the royal crown. So you might have thought you were kidding, but maybe you were onto something. Maybe you're smarter than you know.
Impossible.
Even Angela Lansbury had a British accent and like bedknobs and broomsticks and stuff, didn't she? Or am I
Well, and
tripping?
that's actually one of the maybe the only Disney movie that has Nazis in it. Just fun fact. It actually starts out with like Nazis marching through town with the swastikas in the arms and everything. It's just kind of jarring to watch in 2024, because it's like, oh, this is technically a felony in Germany right now.
Wow.
And really, bedknobs and broomsticks is all her teaching these kids. She needs the kids' belief in her magic that never kind of worked before until the kids observed her magic. And then her magic becomes very powerful, that not only do they go through all these lands with this bedknob and, see all this stuff, she also takes a whole army of knighted armor because it's conductive metal and puts a spell on it. And they actually go to war with the Nazis.
Mm.
And it's just the belief in the kids that in her magic, her imagination. I don't know. I don't know. Disney does seem to have a lot of truth in it, though.
I was trying to find my bedknob and broomsticks notes. I can't find them right now, but there's a bunch of wild ones in that one too, because the kids that were in that, I believe, ended up being in this movie called Gnomemobile. And like the exact same brother and sister in a separate movie unrelated to Bedknobs and Broomsticks. And Gnomemobile, this is crazy. It takes place in the redwood forest. So it's like got this Bohemian Grove vibe, and they come across this little gnome that's like it's like the last gnome dude in the whole area, and they're afraid that the gnomes are going to go out of his existence. They're going to become extinct. So the rest of the movie is these two children trying to like hook this little gnome dude up with a bunch of gnome ladies, and they find this little village of gnomes, again like in the redwood forest, because like their uncle owns this huge movie studio, so he owns like a huge chunk of the redwood forest, and that's where like these gnomes are at, and they end up like hooking him up, but he gets to go and like have his pick of all these like gnome ladies. It's such a weird fever dream of a movie.
Oh, weird.
It's
If
weird.
you've never heard of it, definitely look it up. Mobile.
Yeah,
Somebody
I heard
brought
you.
up. Go on, Gordy.
I heard you mention that freaking what's that Jonathan Winters genie movie? Oh shit. The the thief and the cobbler and the thief or something like that. The thief and the cobbler.
It's starting to ring a bell, but it was
I'm
maybe I've
also
said too
about
many
to
times.
correct it. It isn't the kids from Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Or
It's
Mary Poppins.
it's the kid from it's Jane
Right.
and Michael Banks.
There you go.
After I just pulled up the
Oh.
No Mobile movie, I'm like, oh, that's Jane and Michael Banks.
He died. He died in India really early, like really young. He like tried to become a guru or something, and got hooked on heroin, I believe.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Really? Wow.
You've actually seen this, Abby?
Yeah.
No rules.
Look, okay,
Play
What?
see that
games,
screenshot where it's got
all
like all
sorts.
the tiny gnomes and the normal sized people? Can you look at that one?
What?
Yeah, and I remember they were all like all the women were like really hot and stuff. Like they were
Yeah,
all-
I'm saying that like they find this dude and then they find like the paradise for this guy because he's been looking for a
What?
female mate and all these females have been looking for a male mate. Like they're both in different gnome tribes and they've been trying to figure out how to repopulate. So when he finds this, it's like now the problem isn't that he's looking for a mate. Now he's got to pick out of like the 20 gnome like hot bods that he can go with.
and they're all crazy.
And yeah, they all have like weird like Tinkerbell style like mental quirks with them.
Weird. I think it's weird that gnomes have red pants and purple hats. Like they
No.
switched the chakras. Or, like they
The red hat, yeah.
like we're
Do
supposed
gnomes
to be.
have souls?
Supposedly sirens don't.
Gnomes
Gnomes go
backwards
to heaven. Do
are Mon. So it's just like what about if gnomes all speak Jamaican?
Pigeon, yeah.
Yeah. Patois, big up yourself.
Wouldn't their voices be super like high pitched too though?
high pitched and annoying.
Like little mice.
pussycat, brat, brat. The knife man is coming.
I hope all that makes Summer so irritated.
I was
she
gonna
has to
say,
fly in.
Yeah,
Sure.
she'll have to come on. That we annoy her so badly.
You're being summoned.
So what else has happened this week? You told me some bankers died, Abby.
Yeah, there was one just posted on New York Times. 35-year-old. I don't know if it was suicide or let me see.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
There's more than one though. He just died. I don't know when he died, but New York Times just posted it like a little bit ago, or New York Post, excuse me. But
Just
yeah,
a
a
little
couple
bit
bankers.
ago.
So I didn't know if it was related to the whole because somebody sent me a YouTube video of Ian Carroll talking about the whole GameStop thing and the whole market and short selling and the way that whole thing works.
Look at this today. This is silver today. If anyone
Oh.
knows about silver, this is huge. This is huge. Sorry, I had to go in. GameStop, Carol.
Come on.
I have to smoke another joint so I can pay attention, Abby. I'm all
Oh,
right.
well, I really don't even know what I'm talking about. I just watched the video and it was pretty good. But I mean, I don't give a shit about the stock market because really it is just legalized gambling.
Another millionaire dies every day.
They do.
We were thinking of, because June is this psyopt Pride Month, would you guys hate it if we all dressed super gay next Friday?
How gay were we talking?
Well, I was thinking, like, should we all pride up with these rainbows? Like, I don't own
could-
anything rainbow. I've never fucking worn anything rainbow in my life. One time somebody got me a shirt that they thought was a cut down, and so it says gays for Trump.
Hey,
I mean,
I've just been itching. I've just been itching for an excuse to shave a Freddie Mercury. So I'll
We
get.
we
Yeah,
all dress
I
as a
can.
gay person.
Yeah.
We dress
No, just
trans.
maybe leathers.
I was thinking
know.
like if like we could dress as men, but I don't want to put you guys in a dress because then everyone's like shaming ritual.
Well, they
Isn't
don't
it
have to wear
funny?
a dress.
We
That's the
can put
beauty of YouTube.
mustache.
You just got to dress from here up.
We can
You
put
know?
mustaches on and no one says shaming ritual, but put you guys in a dress and it's over.
Well, I did the Britney Spears
I
outfit.
know.
Britney episode. And honestly,
Thomas is already cross-dressed.
I feel I mean, but
You've been
I
Hillary
also,
twice.
yeah, that's true. I feel weird that anyone can claim ownership of a rainbow, and I understand that
It's
even like
pissing
when
me
I
off,
was
too.
born, it was like a Lisa Frank gay kind of thing, but now it's like an official gay kind of thing. But I don't agree with that. I don't think any one group anywhere should be able to like take ownership of a freaking the way that light splits in a prism. That blows my
I know.
mind.
Well,
Agreed.
because I used to like to have everything rainbow color, and then it was like all of a sudden that identifies you as gay or lesbian, and it's like, dude, I just like the rainbow. It's pretty.
Hitler's like, I just like pinwheels. What?
Yeah. What the fuck, guys?
I
a
always
big
hated
ol'
it too. I always I felt the word pride disgusting. I felt the parades disgusting. I felt it super sad and pathetic that as a homosexual person, you felt you could only express yourself during that time, that you're such a coward in your walking life that you can't just express yourself and wear your gay shit. Like
Oh.
if it's so gay that it's crude, then it's crude. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be involved in some fucking parade with a guy in a meat hanger that is like a unicorn with pigtails on because he can today. It's Pride Month. It's like, get over yourself. It's all grooming to me.
It's a little bit weird too to have your movement named after one of the 7 deadly sins, and I realized that there might have been like an internal juxtaposition there. But I don't know. It's a weird thing.
I know. Why don't fatties start having a sloth movement?
Yeah.
Or like a gluttony party.
Right,
Why
yeah.
don't can we make September gluttony month, and so Lizzo just heads it up and every fatty fats has a parade and
What's
it's
the flag
back
for
fat.
fat people?
Well, I mean,
Is it just
they're
like a
kinda doing that, right?
Red Lobster bib?
No body shaming.
Back fat
Yeah,
July. Can we do back fat July?
Wouldn't it be back fat February?
Yeah, that's even better. Fat back February. I like that
Period.
because then it's barbecues and big butts.
But that that isn't February Black History Month? It's funny
Okay,
they call that
so
Black History, not Black Pride, because I
wait,
feel
what
like
other minorities can we check off? So gays got I also think all of these months are just targeted months that we hate those people. So it's Black History Month. Let's all go in and talk about George Floyd this month, and let's all talk about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and let's talk about all the talking points that they give us. Oh, it's Gay Month. Let's all talk about Ellen, and let's talk about Stonewall, and let's talk about AIDS. But all this stuff we still never talk about. What doctor am I not allowed to say his name on here unless I put a New York Post article up?
Cosby? Oh.
Why did
We're
I
allowed to
not
talk
think
about
of
Cosby
that
now.
costume?
It's Christmas time to hate Christians. It's December. Oh, it's October. Time to hate pagans and witches. It's so silly. Oh, it's November. Time to all have white guilt about killing Indians with smallpox blankets.
My favorite is whenever it's Easter and now all of a sudden everyone's an expert in like Sumerian gods and Ishtar and like everybody knows it now and they're retweeting it.
Everyone, they're like arguing about Canaanite versus Sumerian versus whatever, and it's just people arguing with the same CNN talking points at a water cooler that they don't know anymore, that when they were talking about presidents 4 years ago or whatever CNN talking points, but now it's Baphomet, and they're like, oh, and once you get two talking points past it, it's the same as all those people out there.
I
They
am
don't know
okay with
anything
that
more
though.
about it.
I would rather water cooler talk be about Baphomet than American Idol if we have to choose
Oh,
between
please,
the
thank you.
It's kind of same.
two. Yeah, I mean it's a fair argument, although American Idol is going to lose its relevance, in our lifetime, hopefully. And Baphomet's got a way longer track record, so at least that one is building on top of a story that's been around longer.
I don't know. Kelly Clarkson could be the next Oprah.
Might not be that long.
And like, even the idea of American Idol, it's like, this is how I believe America works in general. They think they picked the American Idol. They really believe that Kelly Clarkson wasn't part of the CIA as much as Clay Aiken, as much as Hubbard. I don't even know their names. That's how far I went. That's how deep my American Idol knowledge. But I just feel like every single person on the American Idol,
Hubbard?
all are just CIA, except maybe Fantasia, because she won the Idol. I just like how her family said they call it the Idol. And Paula Abdul.
I love Paula Abdul.
Straight up.
Straight up, now tell me, do you really want to love me forever?
That's my favorite reel that I've made. Was to her song.
Maybe I will. I don't like to admit this because I wasn't the best little kid. I mean, I didn't do anything horrible, but I did make it a tradition to paint eggs the night before Easter, and then me and my friends would go and egg people's houses with the painted Easter eggs.
Did you paint them or did you like dye them?
We dyed them. We we did the whole thing that you would normally do with the Easter egg, but then we would egg the houses of our enemies.
Oh, so messed up. Their poor parents.
Yeah, I know. In retrospect, I mean,
you're punishing the parents. Damn it! Which maybe they
don't realize that. It's the same way that I didn't realize my teachers didn't know anything that they were teaching, and they just had a teacher's manual that they had to go by. Like that, it never would have registered because it was too on the nose of what I wanted to believe, and it was like the real truth. But it's the same thing where I just, if you got beef with a kid, you might as well beef with this whole freaking family. It's Hatfield and McCoy rules.
Yeah, well, they're responsible for the shit, right?
Yeah, they made them. They put them there. So I mean,
yeah,
technically, and now I actually feel better about it now that you said that. Screw that.
You brought the devil spawn into the world.
It's your responsibility.
Dude,
you got to take him out.
You should have beat his ass a few more times.
Yeah, very should have.
You guys can hit that like and subscribe, and we will love you. And also, congratulations, Donut, to 9 years of sobriety. That is awesome.
I'll drink to that.
I know. I think it's awesome when anyone has whatever willpower they look to possess in themselves, when they prove to themselves whatever it is. So if it's, I'm going to show up for myself and go to the gym every day, or I'm going to show up for myself and not drink every day, or I'm going to show up, whatever thing. I like when people show up for themselves. So I think it's kudos. It's not easy to show up for yourself for 9 years, regardless. So that's awesome.
Especially not every day, because it's like when you're dealing with sobriety, relapses happen and stuff, but usually it's about every day, like kind of meeting that goal. And it's very few things that a lot of people can do every single day if it's not a normal part of the routine. Like if you actually have to be active about it, it's one of the hardest things you can do. Like as a lot of artists that I work with, and even myself, do things called dailies, and that's where you just do a certain type of thing every single day, and the goal is to do it 365 times, and then try and do it 700, and then try and do it 1,000. And that's like one of the biggest motivators for getting people to just constantly be creative, is doing a daily, is what you would call it.
One of the other things that's really hard is to get people to be honest about those things, about being so sober that they know what they're talking about, that they've got the program down, where you really, really got to be honest with yourself, because someday you may have to prove that to psychiatrists or something like that, because you say the wrong things, people can put you away. And not because you're doing anything wrong. It's because they're all doing something wrong. And they want to blame you.
I think that's where I've noticed it in life in general is there's really only two kinds of people in the world. There's people that sing it and people that bring it. And rarely do they do both. The people that are usually bringing it are too busy bringing it to tell everybody how much they're going to bring it. And the people that are singing it are all over telling you all the shit they're going to do, telling you that was their idea, telling you. But really their actions don't match their words. And so how many times in your life, whether it's your family, your friends, your whoever's close to you, strangers, bosses, spouses, coworkers, that their actions aren't going to match their words, that you realize, oh, I don't give a fuck about anyone's words anymore. Their words don't mean shit to me. It's
Yep.
only their actions. And so if somebody is singing it all the time, I think there's all these people that it's like this, an easy way is this Karen mentality. Everybody likes to sit on the pedestal and they like to be more concerned than the victims are of the crime, and they have nothing special in their own fucking life. They literally provide nothing. No one wants to hang out with them. They're miserable wretches on society because the only thing they have to offer is whatever they saw on Netflix yesterday and whatever the Anderson Cooper told them to feel about the world. And they really have no grasp on a moral code anymore, because having you be crazy or having me be gay or having paranoid American be depressed or having Abby get a divorce, that all becomes the stuff that's more interesting to talk about. And that is so, I have nothing to offer, so I'm just going to sit and I'm going to be on my fucking miserable pedestal and I'm just going to talk about all of you guys because I'm not providing anything to the world. And so the second somebody provokes me, I really can't get them back. My actions don't match their words. But this whole world has been set up in a way that I can get them back. Because if you say the wrong thing on YouTube, you're going to get shadow banned. And so if you say the wrong thing about, oh, we're not even allowed to say the V word of things that we know is poisoning children. We're not even allowed to say it, even though we all know it. We're not allowed to say it. And if I say it to the wrong person, they can send me to a loony bin. Think of that world. Yeah, think of that
That's the
fucking
world
world.
we live in.
Yeah, it's the one we currently live in, and it's crazy that it really is the reality now that whatever you say will be used against you in 15, 20 years from now. Like there's no
Oh
like
yeah, well,
that used to be a theoretical
it's being
thing.
used
Like what
now
happens
against us now.
I feel like we're talking about church.
Yeah, right.
That's like, yeah,
Exactly.
the righteous crew. You know, they
Well,
go to
it-
church every Sunday, but they'll sit and talk shit about every single person and point out, like, point out the speck in other people's eyes instead of looking at the plank sticking out of their own.
It's any group at all that has purity tests. Any of
Yeah.
them. Doesn't have to be religion. It
Yeah.
can be any freaking little group that's like, do you still meet the qualifications to be in here?
Well, isn't it almost ridiculous that people with no faith are becoming their whole own hierarchy all on their own of policing their neighbor? People with literal no faith. They aren't Muslim, Jew, Christian. They're not Mormon. They're not even a Scientologist. They just believe in the hierarchy of the mainstream media, and everybody else that doesn't believe in that church is crazy. That is where we're at. It isn't even, it's worth it. Chaney hates the mainstream media worse than the Hadiths.
Period.
It's just wild to me. It's wild that in a world that we even talk about, like, people don't know their state's laws different than their country laws, different than their anything. And still your next of kin can have you locked up just because they want to. Like, you need to make sure who your next of kin is.
Yeah.
Yep. You sure do.
That's what else I thought about on a cruise boat. You need to, like, who are you going to share a room with on a cruise? Who do you trust on a cruise?
Yeah. Who do you trust locked in a room on a boat?
And
Are we talking interior or exterior, Captain?
well,
Yeah.
that's the other thing
Yeah, you
too.
better trust
Interior,
that person.
you know, there's things that can happen, whatever, there's a whole boat still to play on. But exterior cabin, you got to really trust someone. Like it's just so easy. That's where my sick little twisted head was. I'm just like, look at all
Plus,
these
it's so easy.
places that somebody could just be like, whoop, right off the edge.
Oh.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maritime law. How many bodies do you think you could get disappeared in one trip?
I don't know, but maybe we shouldn't go on a secret society of good guys cruise. We might be prime target number one.
Or just be
Well, you gotta
careful who you
figure out-
share a room with
you
when you're
gotta-
by the edge.
If we're getting
Exactly.
internal
Those
rooms.
dark thoughts coming over. I actually, when I was younger, I got crazy drunk on an international waters cruise because I didn't realize that you only had to be like 16 in order to get alcohol once you left like the U.S. waters. So I was just like going ham. Like there was no reason not to. And the group we were with, these girls were like, "Hold me over the edge, hold me over the edge," and like we were taking turns holding them over the edge, like the dumbest thing ever. And I was holding this girl, and I swear to God, she started to slip, and I played it off like I was kidding, and it was like, "Aha, got you. You got scared." And we're walking back home, and like for the rest of that week, I couldn't get it out of my head that like someone almost died, like I almost murdered somebody.
I
On
did that
another
on a boat
timeline,
once.
that did happen. Then you had
I
to
did that on
replay
a
this
boat.
one.
On the not
Ooh.
the highest possible timeline, I almost killed someone on a boat. I went behind my homegirl and we were just chilling, driving down the river right over, just chilling. This is the last time I horse played. Sincerely, the last time I ever even fake scared someone or anything because I thought I killed my friend. And I am gonna share that. I was like, do I share this part? Yeah.
Let's just share it. The time
I
we both
had
killed
a a friend of mine on the boat who was involved in a DUI accident and they were underage. But in Florida, if you're underage, it's no tolerance. But 2 people died in this accident. So my friend was going to prison and we were hanging out on the river for this like, let's all hang out and pretend this is in existence for this period of time. I was maybe like 19 and we'll just chill. So we're all going, maybe I was 21, maybe, but we were all going down the river. And so I walked up behind my friend Maria. It wasn't my Maria. It's a different Maria, but I walked up behind my friend and I grabbed her by the shoulders and she was just sitting at the front of the boat enjoying herself. And I went, oh, and like fake pushed her. But because I actually startled her, she jumped off the front of the boat and turned around and I saw her eyes just go down underneath this motorboat. Like, and we drove over her. And then we were like so far away and we were like, oh my gosh. And I was like, oh my gosh, I called her Myrrh. I was like, oh my gosh, I just killed Myrrh. Like, I was like, holy shit. And all of a sudden she popped up so far away and she was like swimming weird. So I was like, she got hit by the engine. Oh no. But my friend who was the boat owner, she is like a friend that you don't want to, she just remembers everything and she's like very stingent with her things. And so my friend who got knocked off the boat had my friend Barb's towel around her and she was more scared about losing my friend Barb's towel in the river and she got hit with barnacles in her arm so she was bleeding, but I didn't kill Myrrh. And so I was like, oh.
Thank God.
in this reality, but
In
there's
this-
like
there
dimensions.
is a
that
timeline.
even little pieces, yeah.
Oh yeah, where the boat hit her right across the like full jaws. But I don't horseplay.
But to make you feel better about that timeline, that was God just experienced himself, and he was like, "What does a boat propeller feel like to the face right now?" So
Yeah. It was and on that timeline, she chose to do that to teach me this lesson.
yeah, what a bitch.
To work
How
off
dare
your
her.
karma.
She's
But
so
that was the
dramatic.
last horseplaying. So funny how you don't realize it. Why I don't know why it's called horseplaying. Probably because somebody always gets hurt. Like it just seems like I don't know. Is it Mr. Hands? Is it a kick to the face? but
But
it does seem like
it's
someone's
so
gonna get hurt.
important though, because like those close calls are usually what gives you like a permanent reality check, like not a temporary one that like you might start acting like a jackass again in the distant future. But like those in particular, it's like, wow, this is fragile. You know what I mean? And I think that those are valuable.
Yeah, maybe the most valuable ones. Like, oh shit, I almost killed my friend. But it's the
Yeah.
same as like I would never even think to hang somebody over the side of a cruise boat. Like,
They were
oh,
asking for it, and like, I don't
and
know.
you're big enough that I'm like, if somebody was gonna hang me over the side of the cruise boat, I'd be like, I trust Thomas. Okay, hold on.
I mean, to be fair, like I was concerned. You know what I mean? Like I didn't mean to almost drop her.
Well,
It's
she must have
salty.
secretly wanted to die.
Or just really drunk. I mean, we're talking
okay.
16-year-olds that had like an open bar drunk.
I don't think at 16 drunk I would still want to be hung over the side of a freaking cruise ship. Just saying.
Just
Fair
saying. You
point.
just,
It
I'm just
is
thinking.
interesting being like how all the rules change, like how no matter what the country, no matter this is why I don't believe in space and moon landings, and why it's so easy, because when people are like, oh, everyone would have to be in on it. Oh, you mean like the Antarctic Treaty? Oh,
the Manhattan Project?
you mean, or like, oh, you mean that we all agree to maritime law no matter where you're at, no matter what, like no country is just like, no, the Indian Ocean's all mine. Like, it's just ridiculous that laws change the second we get out to sea. Oh, you can gamble now. Nothing. Once you hit this magic invisible line, oh, sorry, gays can't get married out here. You know, like it's just a crazy.
Wait, is that a real one?
Oh yeah, that's a real one, because it's not it's not like universally or it only can be in the country or state it's legal in, and so
That's
it's not
interesting.
legal in maritime.
I would think it was the opposite.
I mean, how does
Especially
it
with
become legal?
sailors and submariners.
Is there like a maritime court that like they would all have to agree, or is it just once all of the main countries make it legal, then it becomes true? Or is there a reality where gay marriage is legal in every country on the planet, but it's illegal in international waters because there's not like an official way to update maritime law?
I know, Mayor. It's just so interesting that then who's the high court of the Antarctic Treaty? Who's the high court of the maritime law? Who's the like one who decides? Do we all lean on the UN and ask them, is this okay with maritime? And then if the maritime and everything's true, that's where the Terramar and the Ghislaine Maxwell and the elite of the world trying to make their own country, and then potentially trying to figure out the Terra is the land, the Mar is the sea. If they could figure out how to make their country the water, which somewhere it feels like that's what they were up to. They were trying to give themselves maritime. They wanted to take control, but then it's not that we all are under maritime law in the court systems, admiral law, like it's all set up like a ship, your citizenship and everything. So we're under maritime law.
Are we going to start doing Jordan Maxwell wordplay? Because I'm excited now. We're all citizenships. You get birthed in a canal. You have to sign a birth certificate because the female is technically this vessel that is unloading.
The bank holds your currency.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this is where I cut my teeth, man. This is like going back to the basics.
But there is something with it, like the maritime law of it all, that the ocean really, like, does their spell not work in salted water?
Can I use this to plug that I've got a song called Maritime Law that you can listen to for free on Spotify and put it in your TikTok and Instagram stories? Just search for Sound Scientists Maritime Law.
I'll pull it up too in the background.
It's 100%. It's a dedicated to Jordan Maxwell style song.
Sweet.
Maritime.
When did you discover Jordan Maxwell? How did you discover him? Was it Coast to Coast?
No, mine was Wu-Tang.
Oh, okay, Wu-Tang.
I heard him on a someone like it was a Woo affiliate album, and they used the Jordan Maxwell quote, and I never knew who it was until I heard him talking on some like VHS tape in the '90s, and I was like, "Holy hell, that's the Killer Army guy or whoever, whatever album it was. That's the guy." And then that's kind of started the whole thing. So thank you, Wu Tang, for introducing me to
Yeah.
Jordan Maxwell and William Cooper.
Pandora.
You're up too late.
Pandora, it's time for bed.
Go to bed. You should not be watching this.
JK,
Of course you
this
should.
is what
Open your
everybody
We get
should be
spicy.
watching.
Yep.
This is what everybody should be watching.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think it is crazy though, being out to sea that the captain, an actual captain of his boat, is the boss of that country. Like if you're a captain, you're almost a president of a moving vessel. And so then I was like, do oil rigs have captains?
Ooh.
I would
I would
assume so.
think
Yeah,
so,
every ship
yeah.
has to.
But is an oil rig a ship?
It's not really though, right? It's stationary.
I pulled it up, but then Pandora said hi to her mom.
To the song.
Oh no, I actually had this pulled up separate. I'll pull up that too. But you guys can go to SoundCloud and iTunes and Spotify, and you can put in the Sound Scientist, and then there's all of these fun songs that you can look up, including Tom Hanks' Plasma Bag. And then I'm also gonna pull up the song.
And I'm doing my best to come up with good songs that would have all sorts of multi purposes as reel and TikTok background music and stuff. So I'm doing my best that whenever I make one of those songs and you see it on SoundCloud, it should be available on Instagram and TikTok and all those places within like 2 to 3 weeks.
They be dealing in souls. You think it's cargo, but you just don't know. We at the dock, yeah. Cargo unloads, cargoes. We're tying knots, yeah. We're stealing souls. Got 'em. It's maritime law. It's what? Like Maxwell said, Jordan. But it's a paradigm flaw. What? It's all in your head. Yeah. It's maritime law. What? It means different rules. It's paradigm flaw. Yeah. They can pick it.
It's so legit though. It all is in your head. Even navy, these all are colors of water too. Marine. Like it's so important for them to put this everywhere for us, to give us this idea that we're on water.
I think maybe some of it, and this is like a little out there, but maybe so much of the terminology and verbiage and everything is based on water to make it feel like we know everything there is to know about currency and fluid and liquids and water, despite it being a majority of the planet. And it's almost like, oh, you don't got to worry about that. We've got that covered. All you need to know because we've adopted anything we know about the ocean into our life here on land. But a lot of it's like, I wonder how much more like Ghislaine knows, right? How much more does the Terramar company know about water and maritime than anyone else could possibly know?
Maybe that's all where it is, all in the maritime law. I don't know.
Can you get like a maritime law lawyer, like a specific lawyer, or is this like truly like a sovereign citizen area, like it only exists in the abstract?
I know, because then Port Authority, that is a big, huge 9/11 thing as well. That doesn't get talked about enough in the whole 9/11 conspiracy is what did the Port Authority have to do with all of it? And then getting all of the precious metals or whatever was happening, because some people say there was gold under the Twin Towers, but also the metal of the Twin Towers itself. I always feel like they send that metal out and then they send us back cut metal. Like, watch how quick in the next decade all the stainless steel roofs start melting. or rusting. Melted. They're not blue. Just kidding.
Yeah, they just ship it off to China, and then China uses it to make inferior products and sell it back to us. So your iPhone's actually made out of Twin Tower steel.
Yeah. I really think that's exactly what's going on. I think they do it with our wood too. I think they take our most precious commodities, even our fruits and vegetables, or whatever your state makes that's the best version of that thing.
Turn it into
China
fentanyl
takes it.
and bring it, yeah, and send it back to us.
I went
Nice
down a
mahogany you got there. Now it's fentanyl.
I went down a fentanyl rabbit hole today. I don't know why fentanyl zombies came across my TikTok while I was trying to nap, and I was just like, I was more impressed with how their body will hold itself up like that. Some of them are carrying bags. There was 2 ladies at a convenience store, and they were both nodding off. But they were, like, coming back to in the middle of, like, wringing somebody out and bagging them, and I was like, I think I would just walk out with my things. I don't even think I would play around with it anymore, but they were just videotaping like Zombieland.
It's weird you brought that up because that was like a big topic at work today. Because like my boss's their kid actually like overdosed on fentanyl, and he was advocating that everybody needs Narcan in there. If you have kids in your house, you need Narcan. And I was like, can you even get that? Apparently it is over the counter though. So
Now,
he's like, because really, anybody could touch it. And he's like, and if you have to wait 10 minutes for like EMS to get there, they can die if you
I
don't
know
have.
that's part of the thing that I want to kind of believe but I don't, because they told me pot was this thing, and they told me
Yeah.
that once you try this, you're going to be addicted to like pretty much everything they've ever told me about drugs is a lie. So now I'm supposed to believe that if I just touch this
Touch it,
powder,
yeah.
I'm dead.
How
And
awesome would it be though if all you had to do was touch a bud and you would just get high from it? Like, holy hell, that would be such a cool. I want to live in that timeline now.
That's what I'm like, how many things are really transdermal? That's much that you absorb. I mean, your skin is your biggest organ, but there's not a lot of drugs that you would take that you can actually absorb through your skin. Magnesium's one, but that's
you're
a
LSD.
right.
mineral.
There's even like with marijuana, I can get you a lotion
Like lotions,
that
supplements.
just stays topical, and I can get you a different lotion that's transdermal. So it's like something has to be in the process of it to make it just sink through your skin.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's not everything just sinks through your skin.
And not that I'm like, but I do. Maybe Narcan patches should just be in things. If or Narcan uh
I think it's spray. I don't know.
pump, yeah, spray, pump. But maybe people should just have that in their thing, because your drugs are not cut with clean things. So it used to be if like you got an ecstasy pill and your drug was cut with meth, nah, you're going to be up a little longer and have a weird jaw. But now if it's cut with fentanyl and it's not the right amount and you could accidentally die, you might just, if you're somebody that's going to experiment with weird drugs that you're getting from people you don't know, maybe you just do have a Narcan.
I wonder if there's any military operation now or in the future where they basically like do an Agent Orange, but it's just fentanyl. Or they just freaking airdrop fentanyl over a city and just keep going.
Well, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, they're saying like, I mean, why couldn't you just put it in an air balloon, a Chinese
one of
spy
the,
balloon,
yeah, exactly.
and then just wait until they shoot it out of the sky?
Well, maybe they're already dropping it out of airplanes.
Oh, that's another thing. I'm so glad you brought it up. In Maritime, there's no chemtrails.
Oh.
I didn't see one chemtrail the entire time I was out to sea. The entire
So they're not trying to
time.
pollute the oceans, huh?
I think it's all country ran. I think it's something to do with these lines that why send their planes all the way out to sea to chemtrail? They don't need to control the weather there or poison the fish. They're like, I'm wasting chemicals out here. It's getting too diluted.
It's a fair point. They're a bit like, what kind of weather would you need to be creating out at sea? It's usually, if anything, if there's like a hurricane or if there's like a tropical storm or swell developing, then maybe there's a reason to go and seed it a little bit and push it along.
And I will say this, I've been on so many cruises now. They always seem to just steer around the storms. Like they know the storms are coming, the boats aren't that fast moving, and they're just like, "Oh, okay, we're just gonna steer around this or go circle out here for a while and come up on the backside of this island." Boats aren't that fast moving. So it does seem like, there's definitely something with the weather we
I
don't know
legit
about.
like it on a cruise, at least, not a small boat, but on like a huge boat when it's like really choppy water and like really nasty out. Just because there's no other experience that I've ever been on where you're just constantly being thrown left to right and people are like trying to, and you're not drunk. I mean, if you're sober, especially, but if you're drunk, it's even worse. But it's like such a unique experience. And if you can get over the feeling of like, oh my God, we're going to die, it's like dreadful, like chances are you probably won't. Like that for a cruise and I know people were like Titanic is too big to, but like a cruise ship, I don't think that there's been an instance where it just literally tips over completely. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's one example out there. But like if you can resign yourself that you're not going to die, even if the storm is really bad, it's freaking awesome. It's like the most fun ever to kind of just be on like a perpetual sort of a carnival ride.
I've been on one that was really bad. It was a really awful sea. I think we got one extra day cruise because they had to steer around this storm that just kept getting bigger. And it was rocking like you were saying, where like people even sitting like at the poker table were like tipping in their chairs, and like you try to hold on to something because like the poker table itself was screwed to the floor, but none of the chairs were. So everyone would try to hold on to the poker table
And like drawers and cabinets would be like swing open and slam shut constantly. And yeah, it's a weird place it's almost like poltergeist. You know what I mean?
And everyone just accepts it. No one's really scared after a while. Everybody's just going on about their business, like still
Lots of
eating,
people
still
get sick though. Lots of people throwing
yeah.
up usually when
Oh,
that
I haven't in a long time, but I used to be such a seasick girl, which is so weird because I grew up on the ocean, but I like being in the water. It's been a long time. It's been over a year since I swam in the ocean, and it was so like I didn't realize how much I missed it. It made me like
Yeah.
smile out loud so big, and so it like is my most kid self, and I realized I take for granted how comfortable I am in the ocean. And I just assume everybody is this comfortable, and it was kind of observing other humans in the ocean was interesting. That everybody is not comfortable in the ocean. My wife being one of them. I have to take her in baby steps because I want her to do more adventurous stuff. And I'm pretty adventurous. And she is fine laying on the beach, and I want to like surf and snorkel or scuba dive. But I knew I had to take her in baby steps. So I took her snorkeling off one of the private islands. And if my wife's a little scared of heights, and if you're a person that's kind of scared of heights, there's drop offs in the water that you're just swimming and you're on a shelf, and then all of a sudden 50 feet, like you're on the side of a mountain, and it's just like, and a few
Yeah.
times, like I didn't bring her to the shelf. I swam to the shelf, and I was like, and I'm going to keep her over here because I want to do this again. And so like I went down and got her a starfish, and I was going to like, let's touch the stingray, but I'm like, it'll be my luck. The stingray will poke her or
Get her.
something.
Yep.
And then she'll and the stingray looked kind of nervous and like trying to bury itself in the ground. So I was like, we'll just leave this alone. And there was a time that every single time she saw a fish, she'd make like some kind of verbal thing in the snorkel that I had to like stop and like come up for a second. This is auditory out here. And when you are excited and you are like, fish, other people don't know you're saying that. Other people are like, is there a shark in the water? Like you're just excited. She was like, didn't know that it comes out the roof of your, like everybody can hear it, even though you're underwater in your ears. Like it was like interesting that like her getting used to this thing. And then I took enjoyment of her enjoyment in the thing, which I'm like, oh, this must be a small little piece what parents feel like. Like a
Oh, I'm
small
so
little tiny
proud.
piece. Like, or just like getting to show somebody something new that you enjoy. That must be like a kid almost. Or, it's rare you get to do that with your friends, I guess. People have decided all by our age what we like and don't like. It's rare, like
Yeah.
when people aren't new, that if they've tried it, they've already tried it a lot of the time. So, anyway, it was fun. And it was interesting seeing the amount of people that won't go in the water at all because they don't know how to swim. I don't understand how you don't know how to
How do
walk.
you
I
how do
just
you
think
not
there's
know how
no
to swim?
reason for a human being to not know how to swim. You live on a water planet.
There's not like a huge need though for a normal person to actually have to go into the ocean water. Like it's like where would you find yourself ever unless it's for relaxation or maybe you're like out, I don't know, spearfishing or something. But to actually swim, a lot of people like you could even make your entire life be off the water, fishing and crabbing and whatever, and technically you wouldn't ever have to know how to swim. You might die. It might be stupid to be on a boat and not know, but it's entirely possible.
Yeah, I think you could totally do it. It just seems like a ridiculous thing. The only reason you don't know how to swim is your fear. Like you can actually learn how to swim where your feet touch the ground. Like, so it's just like it's such an absurd thing that it's not just the ocean, any river or lake or anything. And it just seems like humankind, for however many thousands or millions of years we've been here, we would have always made our lives by water sources to feed ourselves. So the idea that you would be like, huh, I'm not going to go in that ever. I'm scared of it. And you just have to paddle. It's not like you don't even ever have to learn how to swim like Michael Phelps to keep yourself afloat. You could just doggy paddle. Like there's animals like pigs with hooves. Hooved animals can swim.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It makes me crazy. Your skin actually wrinkles just so you can keep grip in the water. Your skin is used to water. It wants it sometimes. So it's crazy to me that like you're a human with flippers. You have, partial webbing on your big palms and your flipper feet. Why don't you use them to swim? But there's a lot of scared adults that won't swim.
I mean, growing up in Florida, it was almost a requirement. At least it seemed like it. My parents made sure it was a requirement, but knowing how to do like breaststrokes and butterfly strokes and like normal, like just typical. Because I did swim competition for like 5 or 6 years until a new coach came in and he made everyone wear speedos, and it was like he was a creeper, and he ended up being an actual creeper.
Really?
But it
Isn't
was
it funny? Kids
Surprise.
always know.
Yeah.
well, it was weird because like he would actually like dress people down for not showing up in speedos, and it was just like, look, if I'm gonna have an extra like 6 seconds added to my laps at the Y in a stupid little Y competition, what's the big deal? But it's like knowing the different strokes and backstroke and breaststroke and butterfly and all this, like I couldn't imagine the only thing is doggy paddle stroke, because like I don't know, it's a weird thing to be limited to that one because it's so inefficient. You'll expend all your energy. You're still going to be like gasping for breath the entire time. And once you know some of the easy trick, like backstroke in particular, is like if you just know how to fill up your stomach or your lungs with air in a certain way, and you'll just never sink. You know what I mean? Unless you're one of those weird
Yeah.
people that's like too dense.
I am this exact same where I don't understand even like people at sea. Hypothermia can get you even in the warmest of areas. You could be off the coast of the Bahamas or Florida, and eventually when the sun sets, your body can only be in it for so long. I understand this, and shark attack, yeah, or some animal getting you, cool. But I'll keep myself afloat for hours and hours and hours, hours and hours and hours. Like if I
Mhm.
fell off the boat, search for me for some time. I'm gonna keep myself afloat. Like the waves, I'll go over every single wave without even thinking twice about it. Like when people are like, "Oh, it's rough out there," we'll float on top of it. Like it's only shit when you're walking out into it from the ocean, and it's even more shit if you're dragging a boogie board or a surfboard or something. You have to duck dive that floats. But if it's just your human body, you can go around all that stuff. Like I don't know. I'm just, and that is my Florida kid, but I just think every human should know how to swim.
And I mean, I learned how to swim in upstate New York in an inside pool in a YMCA for free. So it's not like you don't have to be on the coast or anything to do this. It's
Yeah, you don't have to ocean swim. You
is
don't
that
have to
my
learn the
privilege speaking?
you don't have to learn the butterfly stroke.
We had to swim when
You
I was a
definitely
kid.
should though, man. The butterfly stroke is one of the
Yeah, you
better
should.
ones.
I actually,
Yeah,
since we're
butterfly is
talking
good.
about fatback season, I blame the butterfly stroke for why I gain weight in my back. In certain like if I gain weight, it'll be in my back first because I butterfly swim for so long. I had unusual muscles in spots that probably people never get muscles. But now there's no muscles there, and the only way I could probably get I mean, Abby could probably show me 3 exercises at the gym. But in my head, it was just from butterfly swimming for so many years.
It's great low impact workout too. That's why you always see the
Yeah,
old
it
people
is.
like bouncing in the water.
And it's the closest stroke once you have flippers on and you're under the sea, like really under the sea, like scuba diving or, whatever. Your body's natural form that you eventually want to take is that mermaid fin. And so the butterfly is the closest above water that you're going to get that where your whole body is actually moving to propel you forward. Once you have flippers on your feet, you're really just doing that with so nice. I love the water. I missed it.
I miss
I
water.
missed it. I know you're in a dry
I've been
ocean
out in
out
the
there.
desert for too long. Yep.
Is the only way a desert could create is if it wasn't an ocean at one time?
It was an ocean. They're all oceans at one time. You mean like the sands? The sand
Yeah, if
sand
we're
can be
talking
created by
science.
wind. Sand can be created by wind, theoretically. Yes.
How do they
But
tell us deserts are created? Is it just wind blown in a spot, or did it used to be a
lack
lake?
of lack of well, desert is just lack of rainfall, certain amount of rainfall a year, supposedly.
But doesn't it
But
seem like your sand lacks nutrients?
no. Well, it does. It's not the way that regular fauna like develops. Like everything is dangerous and has spines and stickers on it, but there's water in everything. Like you can eat cactus
Mm-hmm.
if you need to.
Prove it.
Right now,
Go
it'll
pick
give
out
you
a
the
cactus
shits.
right now.
It'll
I
give you
have
the
some good
shits if you don't
cactus
cook
right
it.
outside.
If you don't cook it before you eat it, will give you the shits. But you just
And
have to
scorpions
know how
used
to
to
do that.
be sea dwellers. So it's
Yeah, that's
interesting they're
true.
desert animals now. They used to be the
And
biggest crustacean.
And in the desert here is where those three-eyed triops started popping up out of nowhere in the desert when we all of a sudden got record rainfalls 2 years ago. We got a shit ton of rain, and all of a sudden there was these little horseshoe crab looking things crawling up out of the desert that were there for God knows how long, but just waiting for the right amount of water, and all of a sudden life just pops out. It's crazy.
They said that happened at Burning Man this year, where all of a sudden, because of all the rain that they got, that there was like some crustacean crab under, because it's just in a dry lake bed. That's what I also think is so funny about Burning Man is it's in a dry lake bed. And so every year that we're getting closer to whatever they're like El Nino, whatever, but we're just in a cycle of the planet, it will be a lake again.
Yeah.
It will be a lake again, and lake bed mud isn't the same as mud. It will catch you.
Well, if plate tectonics are a thing, and we lose California off the coast there, we're going to get that Arizona Bay coming up here. right? Where's that?
Imagine what that's gonna do to
Where's
the real
that
estate
happening?
prices. That'd be
Oh
awesome.
my God, that'd be awesome.
Isn't plate tectonics it's kind of admitting to a flat Earth?
I don't think so.
No, no.
Why wouldn't it be called globe
It's
tectonics?
it is kind of. I think it is evidentiary of a expanding Earth. I think that um, the plate tectonics, the plates as they sit in today, can be fit in both ways, right? It can be fit. If you look at the way they're shaped, they can fit this way around one side of a globe-ish shape, spheroid. Let's not get technical, okay? It could be on this side or this side, which means it had to have been smaller at one time, right? So as the planet or the spheroid expands, all these things separate into from
Okay, I'm
that
in
idea
it.
of
Stay in that. Where did the water come from?
right. Water is created. This is the difference though. There's something weird about where the water came from
Yeah, and it
and
does seem to.
how it continues to be created somehow.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. So, are we a water planet?
I assume it all comes from carbon credits. Right?
I know.
Isn't that how it works? That you have to pay. It's like refilling your water bottle. You have to pay carbon credits, and then the UN gives water back to the world.
I think they freeze it unless we pay our carbon credits.
They store. It's
Mhm.
actually like Evian just owns the
Right.
icebergs, and every time someone pays carbon credit, they just melt a little bit down for us.
Yeah, and they're like, here, you can have that. But if you pay like extra, this is why it's not good to be hospitable, is then it melts too much and then it's like, oh, global flooding. It just has to be the right amount. Ay, ay, ay. What kind of place is this? People just want your taxes for so many reasons. Hand in your pocket. That shit makes me so crazy. That's the last thing that they said before they killed Malcolm X. Get your hand out of my pocket. I always think that with the tax
Mm.
man. Get your hand out of my fucking pocket. I wanted to talk
Well,
about GameStop a little too. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say that the taxes, like they want their money though. They don't want your money. They want their money, and that's the whole point that the tax exists. It's a hard. I'll probably butcher this, but I saw this video on it recently, and they were describing it, which is kind of like the way that it's always worked, but it was phrased in a new way. That if you've got your own little community, and someone from the outside comes, and like they can't just start demanding you to give them like your resources. So what they'll do is that they'll issue like the fiat currency, and then it's like I don't care about your stupid printed money, like your monopoly money. But then if they just say like, well, you have to go and get us 100 of these little like our fake monopoly money, and if you don't, we'll kill you. Then all of a sudden it has worth, right? Like now that fake monopoly money, and it's the only reason that it has worth is because like you have to get some to give back to them, which is basically the whole monetary system, right? That's why like every dollar is really technically a dollar a debt.
What do you think? Like, let's say in a Nasara Jasara philosophy or in an idea. See, I think Nasara Jasara sounds a little socialism for me, but I could fuck with suing every corporation and every celebrity and every elite to get our money back. Like I'm into like just where does it come from? And then every man, woman, and child gets $200,000. You know, that idea when they used to tell us when they bailed out the banks or the auto industry, they were like, this is how much money those bailouts cost every man, woman, and child in America. So would there be a real difference? Let's say Walmart collapses tomorrow or whatever evil entity that everyone, ExxonMobil collapses tomorrow, and every way they fleeced American people goes back. China collapses tomorrow, in every way, whatever thing you think that is a big thing, and it collapses, and every man, woman, and child in whatever country you pick gets some certain amount of money. What changes in the grand scheme? Do you think that the lockdowns could have been a test to see how lazy everyone would be and how quickly their universal income would go? Like, oh, look at, they're just going to support a whole bunch of people on Patreon and get some tattoos. They're not going to do anything to actually better themselves with the money. So this is fine. We can give them Nassar, Jassar. It's all going to come back to us anyway. And if they get 200,000, none of them will bitch about $12 eggs.
I just don't think it'll work. Like if we're, because it sounds like you're kind of nodding at the maybe a rollout of like a UBI, right? Like, oh, we get it. If you could just stay home and don't actually revolt or don't do anything and self-police yourselves, that seems like it would be worth paying people to just be docile. Like, it would be cheaper to pay somebody to just, not cause a ruckus than it would be to let them go through the legal system or have to actively prevent them from doing stuff or silence them or censor, like all that. If you could just like opt in, and almost like back in the day that you could just get like a check for sterilizing yourself. If they didn't like, if you failed the IQ test, you failed the phrenology skull measurement. So it would be like, for $200, if we could just take care of you, like it almost seems like that's kind of what UBI would end up being. It would just be like a self castration device.
That's what I think. It would actually make everyone so helpless so quick. Like such a lazy. There would be a few people that were smart with it and started businesses or bought the right properties. But I think most people out there are so, like, if they almost just if they jab themselves or wore a mask anyway because the president told them to, they're so quickly to buy into every hoodwink thing. You could give them $1
I would
million.
do it for Krispy Kreme donuts. What do you talk about?
Fries.
Give me 200,000.
And look, this not just fries. This burger comes with fries. How can you? What's more American than that? What does he say in that stupid video? Oh my God!
Hear me out.
What the fuck is wrong with us?
I said this almost as like a joke a while ago, but I more and more feel like, what if there were celebrity endorsed versions? What if there was like the Kim Kardashian boost, you know what I mean? Or like the Kendrick Lamar or the Drake boost, the same way that when you go to Starbucks and they've got the 2 tip jars and it's like cat people versus dog people, and now you're like, oh, now I'm invested. Like normally I wasn't going to give a tip, but there's no way the cat people are going to win today, and it's almost like, even if I don't want the thing, like I'll do the thing to show that I support Drake over whoever else he's battling with by getting the Drake boost.
Have you seen the Kim Kardashian Alani can? Like it
What's
literally
Alani?
Okay, Alani is energy drink. They're my favorite energy drinks. I think they're great. But I've never drank hers because if you look at the font on it where it says Alani, they use this font and it literally looks like intestines and it's pink. So it kind of it looks like when it has like little splash marks off of it, so it looks like freaking like
I know what you're talking about. I think I
Pepto-Bismol
just
or
saw
something
it.
like that. It looks like it's gonna cause you freaking gastrointestinal distress. And I'm like, they really did something fucking weird with that font. That was bad marketing, in my opinion. You gotta look at it.
So, what is the GameStop thing? Why is GameStop being brought up into the zeitgeist again? Why are we doing this again?
It has to do with the short trade and intentionally tanking companies and like short selling, right? So short selling is like you can borrow somebody else's shares and you can actually trade them. And the idea is what you sell them at a high price or whatever, and then you know that it's going to tank eventually, and then you buy it back and you make money, and then you can return the shares. But then these bankers are doing that intentionally to tank corporations, and a lot of them are already failing. But then it has to do with, I mean, they use collateral to do it, but then the collateral is used to buy other freaking, I forget all the words because I don't really give a shit, to be honest, but
And if you
it's
guys
interesting.
all want to be educated by the same reason it's in the zeitgeist, you can go to Netflix too and watch that documentary.
Yeah, there you go.
Because it's the rewriting of history over and over again.
The
And we
Eat
were,
the Rich, is that what you're talking about?
I think that
Is there a
I
new?
don't.
There's a
Yeah.
dramatized version called Eat the Rich that has got like it's it's like a typical Hollywood style movie on Netflix. But thought it was a decent way of portraying what happened,
Yeah, they
including
did.
all like the shady stuff that went on.
They did an okay job, except they didn't bring up, and I say it for the Wayfair thing, and I say it for GameStop. They didn't bring up the Anons about it. And we were laughing a little bit because I knew a whole bunch of Anons who made it out of the GameStop and they made a whole bunch of money off of it.
Mm.
And we were laughing that all the people that are holding on and trying to get you back into the zeitgeist, they're all the assholes that held on to their stock and they lost all their money. And there's only money to be gained if you buy into their cryptocurrency. There's only money to be gained if you put your art on here and let me sell it as an NFT. And your art is called your money, and it's belief that GameStop, anything's ever going to happen with it. So
I was a crypto bro for a small moment in time. I'm definitely not on the same page anymore. Like I have completely different feelings, like fundamentally. But one of the best tips that I got through that whole entire period is that like always remember to pay yourself. So if let's say you've got GameStop and it like skyrockets and all of a sudden you're like, holy cow, I'm a millionaire now. A lot of people would go into it, and this is absolutely financial advice I'm recommending to everybody. But like if it's exploding, like yeah, you can leave it all in and hope that it gets to 2 million and hope it gets to 10 million, but you could also like, you know what? I'm going to take out a couple 100,000, or I'm going to take out $5. I'm going to take out enough to pay myself back to now I'm playing with, sort of like the store money. And that's kind of the best place to usually find yourself in when like you're kind of like winning with house money. And now if it goes up and down, you're kind of back at a level playing field. And then the next time it shoots up, take a little bit out for yourself. And then that way you're at least always a little bit ahead without having to have like all the FOMO of completely pulling out and missing some crazy bull run.
So you're telling me I should sell some of my silver then?
Well, I mean, up
No.
6% is not the same as being up like 8,000%.
There you go. Okay.
If you find yourself
Get on it.
8,000% up, like maybe if
Sell it.
if you've got 800 grand in the bank all of a sudden and you had 10 grand the night before, why not take 100 out and then use that for something in the real physical world where it's actually, like alchemically transferred into a thing that you want and not just an abstract number.
And that's a big, huge thing that everybody realized that all of their fake abstract numbers were competing all of a sudden with all these other fake abstract numbers. So I had to give my fake abstract number weight. And if it wasn't backed by gold, what could it be backed by? I don't know. Maybe it could be backed by your art and that became NFTs. Or maybe it could be backed by your content and that became Rockfin. Or maybe it could be backed by your belief that XRP and Ripple are going to take over the BNI and that it's all going to be, well, look, Chaney, this one African country needs to transfer all their wealth over. Everybody just always thinks that their solution to the problem is the okay. I tried to tell you guys that you were all going to go broke and I was the millionaire. I tried to tell everybody. It's like nobody sees the pyramid scheme by me being a constant person that is trying to be like to the moon, Dogecoin to the moon. Look at what Elon posted today and trying to circle everything that it could mean. I'm just trying to get you to invest because I have all my money invested in it and my currency doesn't mean anything unless you actually believe in it because you can't even hold it in your hand. And so I just don't even understand. Like I always thought Wall Street was stupid. And now your 401ks, they're not even your pensions that your grandpappy used to have. Your 401ks literally are gambling money you're giving to some Wall Street chode to lose your money every 20 years. You're never, ever, ever going to retire. And everyone's like, well, but it's not tax, Chaney. Pull it out. Pull it out. Pull it out. It isn't tax going in.
Or you're gonna
on
pay
it.
that long tax of inflation to where, like, sure, tax free, but now it's worth like 1/20th of what it. And God forbid we turn into like the Zimbabwe dollars, where you literally have like a $1 trillion bill or like $100 trillion bill.
And look what
Mhm.
else they always
Those would be fun.
try to scare us with. Bread lines. They always try to scare us with this idea of like one day you'll just wake up and your currency, you won't even be able to buy a loaf of bread. Really? What's the bread company going to do with all that bread? Like, it's so stupid. Like, the idea, like, go stick a fishing pole into a creek by your house and then just feed your family one meal from one meal of shit that you actually grow before you tell me you can take your family off grid or you have some fairy tale of going off grid. Please show me that you can just harvest or forage enough things to feed your family one fucking meal before you are like have some fucking pipe dream that you're going to get all this money from dead energy, I mean cryptocurrency, and then move your family out to the middle of Alaska. Because I will tell you, there is so many of those stories where all those people are starving. They're starving. Their kids are getting dumber and dumber. They had this idea it was going to be like a fantasy fuck fest wanderlust, but nobody really wants to work that hard. No one wants to work.
Okay, boomer.
I
These
am, but I'm
kids.
like, you guys can all see it. Half of you are like tippy tapping all day. I'm so stressed. I tippy tap for a living. Why are you doing that to yourself? You're stressed because you have no skills. You stress because you have no skills. That is the thing that makes you stressed, is because you can't provide for anyone because you don't have the skills to do it except for your tippy tapping from your university degree. I have the same university degree. I went the same amount of money in debt, but you have to be able to admit to yourself, oh, I was fucking duped. I was duped. Every single thing I learned in that college was a joke. It was all a lie, except for the trades where I actually spent a lot less money and time to put my hands on things. Everything else was fake. And until you can admit that to yourself, your education's your cryptocurrency.
What degree were you going for?
Oh my gosh, what degree didn't I go for?
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
you're one of those window shopping.
oh my gosh, I was such a bad investment. I remember the amount of grudge I held to my parents. Like, why didn't you invest in my college? And now looking at it with an adult, what a shitty investment that would have been. It would have been worse than cryptocurrency. It would have been I was GameStop. Like, it all would have been a shitty investment. So yeah, I don't think parents should pay for their kids' college. I don't think kids should go to college unless they're going to go to a trade school and then pay for it yourself. But most
They
of the
never
people
use
I
it.
know with a ton of
Yeah,
education,
exactly.
they're so in debt, they're forcing themselves to have to spoon feed themselves college for the rest of their life, because as long as you're a student, then you don't have to pay your debt, or they're becoming a slave to the system and they're like, I'm going to teach or work for the state because if I do it long enough, then I don't have to pay my debt. So I'm like, oh, they got you by that. You wouldn't kill a man for the
6
military
more
for your
years, man.
education. You'll
6 more years.
I know, and is it worse?
Oh, no, 4 more
Like,
years.
this is the whole thing too. If you could kill for your country for a free education,
Hoorah.
and that'll give you free education, or you just can teach this doctrination to the children and that'll give you free education. One of those things though. Free education. Welcome to America. This is what our taxes go to, and it's not even a majority of our taxes because we don't live in Ukraine or Israel. I didn't know how I had to say that. I didn't know if that would get me pulled.
You get us flagged.
The Holy Land.
Oh my God.
As you can tell, my cruise was good for me.
Yeah, good for you. I'm glad you.
I
some
just sat
vacation.
and
I
like
need
looked
to-
like, this is what we're working with. This is, I think, any cruise boat is pretty much a good cut of America. And it's good to know where you stand. It's like if this ship goes down, are you surviving? That's exactly America. Can you out survive 20 others? Can you make a fire? Can you feed your family? Can you swim?
Are you the one sizing everybody else
Is
up
your
in the
crypto
dining
going to
room, like
feed your family
as
when the power goes out?
like as you're kind of testing the waters as you're like mingling with people on the deck? You're like, oh yeah, you'd be first out.
Yeah.
Like,
Or I'm like,
are
oh, I
you
saw how long it
making
took that
doing
lady
the
to get
math?
out of her chair. I'm going the long way.
One of the scariest things to me about the cruise ships, like let's say that everybody there could somehow provide, if the world went to hell in a handbasket, right? I think there's a TV show called like The Last Ship or The Last Cruise. It's kind of like the premise that this ship goes out and then the world ends and now it's like the last ship on. But even if everyone can provide for themselves, the scariest part is, what do you do with all the poop? Like, what do you do with like thousands of people isolated in this highly concentrated area? Like at a certain point, you have to figure out what to do with all the waste that all
Right
these
over
people
sea.
are
Whoop.
I know, but that's
Jettison.
Not even
only
thinking twice about
sustainable
it.
for
Boop.
so long. That's
I think so easy on a cruise boat. Like, if this was the problem, on the 12th floor at the back of the boat, we're going to create funnels that are and connect toilets to them. And you guys are all going to use the back of them when you flush. It's going to be like an RV. It's just going to be like an airline. It's just going to be a panel that opens and your shit will fall out.
Okay.
Done. Solved.
Perfect.
The oceans around you, it's literally the world's toilet. If shit and piss are the problem, getting fresh water might be a bigger problem.
Yeah. That would be the problem.
And you'd have to, like, you couldn't fish for enough people on a cruise boat. You'd have to have nets. And then it would only be
You could do that.
sea stuff. Oh my gosh, this is what else I figured out, a conspiracy. And it kind of takes, you guys, you know how you can go and swim with the pigs in the Bahamas? If you don't, you can.
Right.
There's an island of like pigs. Who knows how they ended up there? Because everything's conspiratorial. And I was just sitting at the dock thinking of swimming with the pigs. And I was like, holy shit. We go there and we pay money for fruit or something to feed these pigs, I imagine. I didn't go to this island. I was just daydreaming about it. We have corn husks. It's like trash from their thing. They just pick out like, oh, we'll use the old fruits and vegetables that we already ate off of and we don't want the husks anymore. We'll give it to these tourists. They'll pay money for our trash to go feed the pigs and fatten them up. And the only way the pigs aren't aggressive is because the tourists are the one fattening them up. And then when the pigs get fat enough that they're scary, barbecue and we'll sell that to the tourists on the beach as well. So the tourists think, yeah, look how sweet this is. All these pigs, healthy forever. Nope, you're the farm. You're the farm. You're fattening the pig up by swimming with it.
Mhm.
It just dawned on me. Like how
Suckers.
brilliant of a thing. Like
Huh.
you can't graze pigs on an island unless you can get some dumb fucking tourist to come and feed these pigs and pay for it.
I bet they taste great too, because they're like all doted after and loved and taken care of, and
like
like
Kobe
this
pork.
paradise island. Like, of course, that's gonna be a tasty freaking pig.
Dude,
Bahamian
what?
pig.
That would be wild. You could set up like a whole retreat for vegans, and it's like, come to this farm and you can massage the cows and you can feed them like organic grass, and they don't realize that they're
Yeah,
actually like
that
raising
they're
Kobe
being
beef.
my slave to raise my perfect beef, the absolute perfectly raised
And that's how you do
beef.
it. Imagine giving a name produces, they have the scientific thing of giving a cow a name, it produces way more milk. So now that's just a name. Imagine it love and being brushed and being like cared after, like a little tree hugger. And then you get to have it at your barbecue.
This is kind of how Project Monarch is supposed to work.
I think we're talking about like some kind of pig frazzle drip too. It's like somehow seeming
Beef will
like I feel like talking about Pig Island, I just explained Epstein Island. Like something feels so weird about the whole thing, and something feels weird about us and pigs. I think there's a
Yeah,
real
it does.
reason that people don't eat pigs. Like religions don't eat them. I think that is the scientific experiment closest to us in memory.
Do you know what? Also, my dad used to say this, and I watched a bunch of documentaries. Now I'm starting to feel this too, but like there might be like a moral or ethical sort of issue with octopus, like eating octopus, because of how freaking smart they are. Like they might actually have similar intelligence, like beyond a dog. So if you don't feel like you would eat a dog because they're too much like us, like an octopus might all like and I understand, like I fall for like the Discovery Channel, like highly edited, they've got like millions of hours of footage, and but there was this freaking video, I think it's called The Secret of the Octopus, it's a fairly new one, but this lady like goes underwater and she puts her hand out and the freaking octopus like sticks its little suckers out and like checks her out and stuff, and then it starts like leading her around and letting her follow, and like
Right.
it's just wild. And then to think like someone's gonna eat that, you know, like that thing is gonna end up in someone's sashimi dish at some point. But it has this level of empathy beyond maybe some people that I've met.
They say that about cows too. Like that they like a cow will see another cow that it hasn't seen in a long time and have a memory where it's so excited where and so we eat them without thinking twice, and they say pigs are smarter than dogs.
Well, you know what, too? This is a weird one for me, but that if we didn't eat cows, cows might not exist.
In India they have like skinny cows walking all over.
Well, okay, fair enough, because they venerate the cow and treat them as gods and like intentionally make sure that. But in the States, for example, like cow, and there's places that you can hunt cow. I didn't know that until I spoke to.
What?
Yeah,
It's
dude.
for really lazy hunters.
You can no, you can
Wow.
actually hunt cow
From a
and it was
rocking
Gary
chair.
Lewis, who's a professional. He goes all over the world hunting like exotic. And I was asking him, and he's like, "Yeah, they're basically every animal. There's a hunting aspect to it, including cows."
Well, they wouldn't be that tame because, like, what's it called? A steer has its nuts cut off, but you know, a bull is freaking nuts, and that's what you eat. You eat the male deer. You don't eat cows. We don't actually eat cow. Dairy, because the cow is like female, and the dairy cow, like it's gross. It's totally different tasting meat. It's not beef.
Huh.
That sounds kind of sexist.
It's true though.
It's true.
Okay, if we're gonna
we
talk
only eat
about
male
it,
deer or male
so
male cows.
and we would probably we want the more muscular animal.
Mhm.
So this
Yeah.
also would link into Epstein Island and the Haitian thing with the Clintons, is because there is a very big leanness and muscular. There, we were talking about swimming and being able to float on your back and stuff like that. Black people cannot float on their back as easy because their muscles are denser. And there's certain cultures and certain genetics that it's like their muscles are all denser than ours. So if you would prefer a muscular animal and that would be the better meat, you wouldn't want our fat. Our fat would be equivalent to a dairy cow, where you would want long, lean, muscular things like a deer. And that might be a difference of taste as well. I also think buffalo is almost a cow. It's like a equivalent as a boar would be to a pig. So we still would probably have cows. Like, aren't buffalo just essentially just a steroided out cow?
Well, it's in the same family, bovine family. It's a more natural, wild version of an ox.
Chimera.
And people hunt ox. There was a dude on Alone that actually killed one with a knife, which is how the Eskimo kind of used to do it, or the natives used to do it, supposedly. And
doesn't it seem like the Netflix that they made at the same time, the meat thing, like the don't eat meat and the like all the issues and all the vegan stuff, at the exact same time they pushed My Octopus Fucking Teacher.
I liked the Octopus Teacher, but I didn't watch it again.
I just always wonder how amazing could that octopus's life have been without human meddling. Everyone's like, the man saved him, and I'm like, we wouldn't have known though if the man wouldn't have got him in that situation had the man not have been there to begin with.
Where it got him killed.
Yeah,
got the mother killed, but it happens.
There was a big push in like the anti-meat thing in like the mid 2000s, early 2010s, and um actually Disney was like they had this documentary. I can't remember what the hell it was called, but it ran through our studio and it got huge. It was like a huge freaking documentary about like stop eating meat. It causes the big C word and all this. And then when they hired the Disney post-production team to do it, so you knew they had a budget behind it. But the entire thing blew my mind is that it was based on this thing called the China study. And the China study was basically, it was China's own government study. And the premise of it was that you're healthier if you don't eat any meat and limit your meat intake. And there was like a schism within the post-production studio on Disney where half the company felt like, oh yeah, this is totally right, this is crazy, everyone should be vegan, vegetarian. And then the other side of the company was kind of like, this is Chinese propaganda, they just don't want their people to have access to protein, and they're just trying to get them to live on like meager sort of resources and get used to that because it's the rural fucking Chinese. So, and I'm like on the fence between those two. But yeah, it's wild that the movement that kind of started taking over in like veganism and vegetarianism in the US is largely arguably based on a China study that might have just been to like keep the poor people happy with what they had.
See, around that same time frame was when Super Size Me and Fast Food Nation came out, and Super Size Me was based on Fast Food Nation, but really it was just kind of exposing the bullshit in the meat industry and talking about even like meat packing plants and stuff, like how unhygienic that is. Like you have this freaking huge building that has no windows and they're sitting there slaughtering these animals and stuff in poor conditions, and then you have nothing to kill the bacteria. Like it's actually,
and every once in a while someone loses an arm and no one says anything because it's within the amount.
Well, because they're illegal immigrants getting paid $8 a day, and so.
But don't you think we know a lot of this stuff because all of those propaganda movies? Also, it was a push so Bill Gates could grow our meat in a lab because it's so much cheaper for me to go drop in a lab than it is for me to have to feed cows hay. And that takes land. And I don't want poor people to have land. I want only us to have land. I want you guys to be in 15-minute cities. And cows, unfortunately, don't fit into 15-minute cities. So I need meat plants. And like vegetables, you guys have already had GMO vegetables. You're quite used to GMO vegetables. I need you to get comfortable with GMO meat.
What do you think the cows would have to say about humans eating lab-grown beef? Like, do you think they'd be in favor, or do you think they'd be like, guys, don't do this to the planet, just kill us instead? Like that would be better. Or do you think they'd be?
I think they know that that's their purpose. I think they know on some level.
I would tell you guys if we were on the movie Alive, like we're all in the Andes, I would be like, if I die, eat me over the Bill Gates meat. I think eating me on ice would be way healthier for you than
I think about how they took the meat off the legs and like,
burger.
y'all, you could have some really good protein here. So
I know. I'd be like, kill Abby first. Look at that muscle.
Yeah, seriously,
that's a lot of meat.
We're all so supportive. It's just that like we're trying to beef you up.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you guys really? I can have the last Snicker. We're like,
I'll be in all you guys, so that's cool.
What?
You guys eat meat? Yeah, it's like the sacrament. Then I become the.
We don't get your power after we eat you?
Don't we all become?
If we're like
super
the body of Abby is within me.
Or maybe I have the power.
And I'm like the body of Abby is within me, and Thomas is like, and also within me.
And also with you.
What's up?
Yeah,
you better do the rights right. Exactly.
We'll make sure we get it right.
You're blood alcoholic. We're in business. Like we'll start an actual religion around you.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know it's not?
We'll have to find out.
I just had the sickest idea for a religion.
Lay on us. Okay.
Since we're here, now we're past.
Since we're doing this.
Okay, if your kids are still up, because it's officially 11. It's after 11 on in California time. So this is when we start talking about weird religions. So
It's
if
11:06.
you had like a Lizzo type, like a beefy bitch, and you just kept feeding her, like, and this could be like how Pride is a holiday, we're gonna have gluttony. So we just keep feeding it, but we could cut pieces off an ever growing thing. Like, as
Mhm.
long as you cut pieces out of the right spot and keep lidocaine, inject it, then we could like take in our deity, like they could still be alive, like our queen bee, our queen Lizzo, but then we actually could all have communion of her flesh, as long as we kept feeding her and she kept getting bigger. Would this be possible? Or could she have an open gaping wound that we kept
Right.
feeding enough?
I mean, if this
Sounds
was
like
just to eat your
vampirism.
god, I feel like you could clone that and make a lab Lizzo, and that would still satisfy the same sort of
Labzo.
symbolic property.
Labzo
So
meat.
if it was just to satisfy your god and a clone version would do it, then that is probably why they just need to keep recloning us. Like, think of this. There's only a certain amount of energy in the world, and let's say there was only 100 people, and they're like, we need more people than this, and so then they just clone. We're like all just clones of clones of clones of clones
Okay,
that have all
Chaney.
been mixed together a little bit
Right.
off the
So
original
what do we
100.
do? What do we do when you are confronted with your actual clone? Like that day, you're like, holy fuck! Like you're in the grocery store, and you both
Go
are
to
like,
Pound Town, man. We've already discussed this.
I'm
What?
not fucking my clone.
do we beat?
I'm not
Do
attracted
we
to my
beat the
type
shit
of
out of
girl.
them, or we go to Pound
I
Sex
Town?
Abby saw herself in the store. She's going to Pound Town.
No, but
Damn.
say this: they have their own life, but they are your genetic clone,
That would be kind of like your
like
doppelganger
alternative
almost.
doppelganger. Yeah, like
You run into your clone, but they've already been in existence. That
yeah,
they didn't just come out of a lab. It's like
right.
Gordy with his whole other existence. Then it might be immediate competition. Like, would you have a jealousy? Would you compare? Would you
Yeah,
be
right.
like, whoa, that's your wife?
Yeah, that was a mistake, bro.
I know, like Clone Chaney, she's straight. She has long hair.
Yeah,
Like, it could be a whole different thing. And she'd be like, what
Yeah.
the fuck? Colome's a dyke? Like, I'm the clone.
I'm still fat.
I'm the clone, and real me needed a spleen. I'm just
Oh,
an
yeah.
organ factory.
Oh, you're just. Oh, you
Like
were
the
the.
island.
Yeah, they realize, like, if they just have us lay in a float
What
tank,
if
the
you're the
organs
clone?
don't stay as good. I'm the clone. That's why they didn't. Your spleen is not your etherical, your astral, your astral body attachment or etherical body. I don't remember. And so I don't have that no more.
Hmm.
Sorry, you guys. There's definitely a clone of me out there. And it wouldn't look like me enough. I'm kind of in disguise now. I'm just realizing I'm a clone.
Yeah, I just recently realized I could probably like change my looks really stupid easily. And,
Oh
like,
yeah.
I would
You
pass
could,
myself on a street, you know.
yeah, how quick your facial hair grew back.
Yeah.
If you shaved, I feel like you could walk past me on the street and I wouldn't have
Yeah,
known
nobody
Gordy.
know me. Didn't if I didn't have my glasses.
Thomas can put a wig on and shave his beard. You wouldn't know who Thomas was.
Yep.
I would never though.
Wouldn't you?
Shave the beard or wear a wig?
Never. No, I've gone through too much trial and tribulation for this.
Your
To have
beard?
that beard.
Yeah.
It's a tough coming back, man. It's coming in faster than I thought, though.
A beard. Abby, if you could grow facial hair, would you grow facial hair? What kind of beard would you have? If a beard at all, would you be clean
As a
shaven?
man, right?
If you're a man.
I'd want like the freaking cool ass like
Chops?
barbershop fade, you know, where they freaking have a little line and stuff, and it's
Ooh, like,
Oh,
like really
God.
short and pimp. Yeah,
oh, like
I'd be a pretty boy.
no, you wouldn't do a Van Dyke like a little
No.
swirl here and
No, because I'd
a
be a
little
ladies'
straight.
man, so I'd want to look like fly as fuck. Like I'd be that
Yeah,
guy.
is that interesting? There's things that I've realized that my guy friends ladies think are cute that when I informed them that we don't, they were like, "What?" My guy friends really thought that women thought cauliflower ear was like attractive.
What?
And me,
Why?
bro, I was like, "What?" I know guys that have fucking slammed their ears into books to pretend they had cauliflower ear from actually rolling. Just because they thought
No.
women thought it was
Oh.
attractive. And I was like, no, bro. Other guys know. I only know this from my dude side of my brain. Other men that see cauliflower ear know you can fight. Other women think, ew. Like, no one's thinking that's cute. No one. They're
Unattractive,
thinking your
yeah.
ear's deformed.
How
Yeah.
much of that though is true for both sexes, right? Like the things that women do think like they do it because they think a man wants that, even though it's really just other women that are pushing it on, or gay men that are pushing it on them. And the same thing with like guys like doing things because they think a woman, but really they're just like fantasizing about other dude. Like,
I
well,
feel like
you would look
women
way
know they
hotter if.
dress for women.
We do.
What's that?
We dress.
Straight
Yeah.
women know they're dressing for other straight women. Straight women aren't dressing for men ever.
Like I go to the gym and I don't wear makeup. I don't give a shit. Like, and that's usually men, right? But at work, you think I'm gonna go in not looking pretty decent? I'm not, because there's judgy ass bitches there. So I better freaking go in looking good. Like
But
it's just
also your girls know like your Lubu's. Your girls know like, girl, did you is that ombre? Like girls know these little weird things of detail like that I'm not really great at noticing sometimes. Like I'll notice all my dudes when they get a fade. I will not. A girl could have a full dye job and layers cut in, and I'm such a cunt. And somebody else says it, and I'm like, fuck. I just always think you look nice. I didn't notice your hair. I walked right past my boss and didn't see her hair, and she had it all chopped off. I'm like, I just don't notice sometimes. But women dress for women. Their heels, they're like the same way. I don't think guys are buying a car necessarily to get laid as much as they want to show their buddies. Look at this car. It's so fast and it has a V whatever and blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
Girls don't give a fuck about cars any more than guys give a shit about what kind of shoes or purse you have. I think that's just what
Yeah, I
that
think a
is
lot of it
my
is not for the other sex, like as much as everyone believes.
I think that's the real truth, but I wonder how many people are as self-aware as you guys are about it, where like they actually think, I'm doing this to attract the opposite sex versus I'm doing this because this is how my own sex expects me to be acting to attract the opposite sex. Or the same sex. I don't mean to
Yeah.
No,
put
girls are
more.
Well,
cuter without makeup. I think boys think that too. The less is more thing. I think straight men think that with women, but I think women wear all the stuff for other women there. But I don't think women are aware of how much less is more that men really are like when I feel like girls go out, like they're going to work, they're like midday makeup to me is their cutest day makeup. And they never give you that when you're going out. You get a whole different version of them that I'm like, I don't love that version as much. It's still beautiful, but it's just like so done up. It's like fake or something. I don't know. I
It'll
like the
be
there's
interesting
soft.
if fashion were democratic and like people got to like make like all like instead of waiting for it to be handed down from on high from all the fashion designers and everything, like there was
from the
just a
devil.
national vote of like here's what's going to be in and here's what's not, or like here's what women want men to wear and here's what, or however you would sort that out between all the different preferences and categories, right? But instead of just waiting for Paris to tell us, or instead of waiting for
Yeah.
I don't know, Kanye West or whoever
Yeah.
it's going to be.
That's kind of Kanye's just prison. That's why I think everything is a psyop, so much so that like some lady never invented Crocs and gibbets. Like these stories, no, it's prison clothes, and they're just like slowly walking us all into being in a prison society. Like
The
scrubs.
90s like baggy and Jinko jeans was really just getting people prepared for like jail clothing.
Yeah, just get that. Like, seeing everybody's butt hang out is just getting everybody comfortable. It's like scrubs will eventually be what Kanye West puts out, but it will be 15 years from now and it'll be a throwback to the lockdowns. Remember when we were all locked down and we were all turning our lights on and giving pizza to the nurses because they were TikTok dancing in the hallways and turning respirators on our grandparents? Oh, what heroes. And then we'll all have dresses like that match at that time.
So speaking of Kanye, did you guys see that this whole new McDonald's toy? It totally looks like the Balenciaga bear.
Oh, what is it?
What?
I don't know. It was just posted at New York Post posted it today. McDonald's adds sad option to replace Happy Meal Smile, and it has this bear with his eye cover, and it looks like a freaking Balenciaga thing. And yeah, it's the left eye, or red eyes, red eyes covered.
Oh,
But
weird.
Weird.
One eye. Little one eye symbolism. It's so crazy.
Yes, you're right. Less is more.
With
I
the
like it.
makeups.
Natural. Yep, with the makeups. Yeah.
but even women notice it because I used to get my
Sometimes.
eyelashes done,
I like
and I
it.
liked them done, and then all of a sudden it was like the volume lash, and the volume lash looks like insane, and I liked the way they looked on myself for a while, and I liked the way they looked on other people, but now when I see a volume lash, I'm like, oh my god, you look ridiculous. Like, it's too much, so it's funny how
Certain things are phases.
yeah.
See, that would be a girl's version of crypto, you guys. You heard me all talk shit about all crypto, and that's all shit that dudes usually chase. Less girls lost their fucking ego in crypto. But girls do things where they're like, I'm going to become an eyelash, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go to school and I'm going to put on eyelashes. I'm going to make $1 million. This is my Bitcoin. I'm going to be the eyelash girl. You guys, it's like how every woman's going to sell real estate every time the market booms. It's like, this was the eyelash girl. And every one of your friends went to the eyelash girl and they paid $120 to get eyelashes put on. They had to go back $60 every time to get them re-put on. And everybody needed the eyelash girl, and the eyelash girl was making all the money. Guess what? No one gives a shit about them eyelashes no more. An
They
eyelash
still do
girl
in
has to get
Oklahoma.
onto her next pyramid scheme. I know, poor the girl in LA that was doing eyelashes, she has to move to Oklahoma. Why? The trend's still there.
Yeah.
It's girls crypto. But weird stuff for women, like is purses and shit. Like how used purses will just be just as valuable. Like if you have some old purse from like 20 years ago, that's like a good investment. Like if it's the right brand.
I know.
Like
I don't give a fuck about that. I never have. I
It's
think
so
it's so
weird.
weird.
fashion is such a conspiracy.
It is.
Is it really run by gay guys, do you think? That's what the one I've
Houses.
heard the most is that fashion for women specifically is run by gay males.
The gay
Well,
mafia.
kind of. Karl Lagerfeld. Have you ever seen and listened to Karl Lagerfeld? And
Well, I mean,
his cat Choupette.
Mark
She has her own
Posen,
plane, you know.
and I would say all the guys. Like I'm trying to think of one who's not. I don't think Ralph Lauren's gay.
Well, he's
But-
German, so it's a sliding
He's
scale.
German.
Yeah, I'm like, but Mark.
Or French, right? Ralph Lauren. Is he American?
Gosh, it's a really
I-
good. Yeah, there's a lot of gay men in fashion, and it's weird how their houses, like House of Gucci and House of whatever, and then they really spread this. Like this movie is a rewriting of history too, how they push this all in our zeitgeist so we'd all know these houses and their names. And I also think there's a conspiracy theory that everybody should re-look into with fresh eyes is the Gianni Versace murder. Because I would almost say that the person that had most to gain by having that guy killed wasn't this whole story that they set up after the fact. It was his sister. Donatella has taken the house. She had no talent, no nothing, and she's taken the house and is the face of Versace now. Like, it behooved her to have her brother killed. She was losing her
And that
foothold.
face, though,
Mm.
man, damn.
Yeah, Donatella.
What do you
ain't
have
cute.
against cat people?
But that murder was sketch.
Oh.
Thomas did a fun, speaking of sketch murders, Thomas did a fun show today about Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm a little on the
Oh,
fence. I am way more on board with Michael Jackson faked his death, more so than Flat Earth for sure. So like I'm definitely on that sliding scale, and it's compelling when you see how much he knew about changing his entire appearance and putting on masks and having access to like the best of like that part is incredibly convincing to me. The parts that I don't understand is that like the motivation, like the reason to do it was to be able to pull things behind the scenes and take down Weinstein and Epstein and all this stuff. But why wouldn't you do that as you are the public face? Because you want to get assassinated, I guess maybe is the answer. But even then, like if you're going to be a martyr, be a freaking martyr. You know what I mean?
There's a couple of things like I'm like it was a good show. Everybody should go check it out. I don't know if you released it on your channel yet. I saw it on Reality Czars.
No, I don't. I'm afraid to release anything I do with Nate on my channel. He's the freaking he's the Wuhan lab, in my opinion.
I love it though. I like the whole thing, and it's great. A lot of points are hit on it. Some things I totally disagree with on the points, like Janet Jackson to me is all the Jacksons don't make it through. I think eventually Michael gets to a point that he doesn't even trust his own family. That's why he segregates himself off. So I don't think Michael's keeping in touch with LaToya. I think LaToya sold out Michael decades before, and that was kind of trying to reel Michael back in, was his own family trying to reel him back in. So I think that's where you get Janet Jackson's Scream video and that yada, yada, yada. Janet played ball. That's why she is married to Jermaine Dupri right now. Like I just think she's passed around like she's an equivalent.
Is that real? That she's really married to?
Yeah. And that's the equivalent to me of a Mac Miller is Janet Jackson. You're passed around to other celebrities. Like you're not the celebrity.
Well, the point too that I think Sean was making when we brought up the Janet Jackson thing was that she was questioned a few times on like, where were you when you found out your brother died, and that she had all these different inconsistent answers, and that like she was smiling throughout it. And I don't know if that means that like she knew that it was all like this inside thing, but it's also a completely different paradigm than any of us are used to, because imagine if your net worth and your sister's net worth and your brother's net worth are all roughly bigger than the size of like some small countries. Like you no longer are just siblings, like you are global conglomerates yourself. Like Michael Jackson as an entity is a corporation bigger than large businesses, just like Janet Jackson is. So now is it still a brother and sister dynamic, or at some point do you become like two competing global conglomerates on the market? And even though you share the same roots, like you were both spawned from the same company, I don't know. Because I don't have a superstar.
Janet is as Disney kid as any Disney kid. Janet is Britney. Janet was around on Good Times. Janet was on Different Strokes. Janet made her whole way through. She was passed around Hollywood. Michael, king of disguise. Michael, he says, the best man I ever knew, Donald Trump. Michael Jackson always wore military regalia that people were like, what military though? What about if it was more than just one military? He had the money to know he was supposed to be on the 9/11 plane and didn't go on it.
That blew my mind.
The number one thing that wasn't brought up that makes me crazy is the Twin Towers were worth cents on the dollar to what Michael Jackson's music catalog is worth. Michael Jackson was about to leave Sony. That's why it was called This Is It. It was the last thing in his contract that he had to do for Sony, and he was about to leave Sony owning over half their catalog. over half their catalog, not just Michael Jackson and the Beatles and Elvis and Britney and Janet and Celine and Mariah, and you name an artist, Michael owns their catalog. So think of how now we're moving into this AI art, the world where the sample is everything. And so all of, if we're talking about Russian dream hacking and how much a song can control everything, Michael owned all the songs. Musing and music is the most powerful magic, or up there with the most powerful magic and brainwashing, and Michael owned all of it.
You know,
Yeah.
on that note though, about like Sony wanting to own the masters with this AI coming and stuff, to me, like with the dawn of AI and how it's working now, owning the master to a song, it's almost like owning a star. Like, great, you paid some person, you know, $800. Sure, you own this star. Here's a piece of paper that says you own it, but like, you don't actually own that star. Like, you're never going to be able to make good on that. You can trade it around,
How
but
much?
only.
Look at Marvin Gaye's family, though. They made so much money off Robin Thicke because of that song hitting again. So imagine if I own the master of all these beats and can prove it. Think of if you have 30 seconds of a song in any of your videos, they can get monetization on your video. So what fine line does my AI prove your beat is my original master? Which that's why that word, we were talking about maritime earlier. There's a reason a muse's master is their recording, your master recording. Who owns the masters is what matters to me. But it would also be a mast of a boat if we were going to go that. It's interesting. The master. Like, why is it called a master? Oh, it definitely is maritime law again.
I definitely have a niche view on that, but I think that once you create media and you put it out into the world, everybody owns it. Like, I really don't believe, at least when it comes to art and music, I don't believe in intellectual property the same way that a lot of people do. Like, obviously we live in this system where it works a certain way, but just like an actress or an actor, like once they become part of like our public psyche, like we all own that likeness. Like, you don't get to own your face anymore the second that like we all know what it is because you've put it out and you've got millions of dollars. Like you actually are sort of sacrificing yourself to the public in that way. And that's not how the law works now, but that's how I kind of view it. Like, I own Puff Daddy's catalog just as much as he owns it because I was forced to grow up and listen to it.
Yeah, you can own it all you want, but you can't make money off of it. All the money eventually is my monetization at the core. Like, that's it. You can put it on a shirt, but you can't sell it at your store and put Disney on it. Or you can, but it's bootlegged the same way as it's bootlegged and not real Louis Vuitton. So you can steal my song, but eventually if I want to take you to something, a court, I can own everything that you ever made. But if it's just your free time and fun and you and your friends are just scratching records and you're having a party, have at it. That's what it's for. You just bought my album or stole it from YouTube or whatever thing you got it from, but you're still taking my musing and doing what I want with it. It's my
or
musing.
if you're starting to fall out of favor, like this is something kind of unique in the comic world, but if you go to a comic convention, right, and you walk up and down the aisles in the artist alley, which is where all like the little independent dudes are, a lot of them, they're drawing pictures of Spider-Man and Superman and like intellectual property that they don't have the rights to. They don't have a proper license, but the comic book companies, Marvel and DC and the big ones, they realize that even though those are technical like trademark and copyright violations, it's in their best interest to like foster that and not prosecute. But it's the same way that if a cop pulls you over, he's got discretion at any point to bring you to jail and
or
sign you
they're
up for
making
everything.
percentage that we don't know about in the end. The same way how the writer or owner of the master of the song, you guys can all sing it till the cow come home, but I make 90%. You might make 10 and everybody knows your name right now, Sinead O'Connor, but Prince wrote that song and he makes more of the money off every time you sing it.
Well, when
keep singing it.
In the comic world in particular, though, it's almost like you can keep 100% of that sketch and the T-shirts and the bootleg posters because we're going to keep 100% of the freaking movie that's coming out and the Happy Meal toys that are coming out.
Yeah,
Now it's gotten
you're
bigger.
advertising.
Now you're so tiny. You're a little punk band playing "Oops, I Did It Again" to 20 people. No one cares about you. Keep singing "Oops, I Did It Again" to your 20 people. You're not even worth the chase. But let your album ever reach a certain amount of money, or your shitty little comic book that you call it, and I'm going to come after you. And if your comic book ever hits anything in the zeitgeist that goes directly against what we say, I'm definitely going to come after you.
Yeah.
And it's like
Mhm.
they give you enough rope to hang yourself. It's like you can do whatever you want with it, but you're never going to be successful with it.
Fucking bring it.
Because you
Bring it,
never
eh?
you never
Sounds
are
like
if
a
you're a
challenge.
parody, and that's really what that is. It's a parody. Like that's where authenticity
You're never
always wins.
authentic. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're never authentic. And so if you really see the things that are the best, people will even be like, how rare is it that a remake of something is ever as good as the original? And so it's like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, but we're living in that kind of world. So when you see the original of something, it takes your breath away. When you see the original painting of something and you can see every stroke, you're like, oh, this is the difference of a real thing. This is what it's like to really hear Michael Jackson sing in concert and not just some computer make it up. This is what brings you to tears when you hear like a violin play as a difference of somebody creating it on a computer. Like there's all the difference in the world because it's not the original musing. But if you never taste the original thing, then I'm sure the artificial meat that you never tasted real cow. So that Bill Gates meat's delicious.
Well, on that same analogy though, too, it's like New Kids on the Block was human created and organic and has that human soul, but I'm personally convinced that there is way better AI music than anything the New Kids in the Block ever would have produced in a million years. You know, like the million monkeys in a room with a million typewriters sort of deal. I still think AI has better musical merit, has more soul, has
Tell
better everything.
me 3 awesome AI songs right now, but I'll tell you 3 awesome New Kids on the Block songs.
Me
I'll tell you
too. Thank
10.
you very
Name
much.
any AI. Tell me just 3 amazing AI artists.
Well, that's the thing is that the AI now it's made for the person that's listening to it, or like it doesn't have to exist out in the world the same way that New Kids on the Block would have to release an album. They'd have to have a marketing campaign, a PR thing, push it around, get people on board, like do the whole rollout. Whereas AI, let's say that every one of us has our own little AI machine. Like you would make music that you want to listen to, and it matters fuck all if somebody else cares about that song or likes it. And I think that's the coolest part about it, but it's a totally different paradigm shift because there's not the same aspect of like if someone has an AI shirt and you're like, name 3 AI artists, and you could just be
But
like,
that's the difference of that you can create food and you might be like, this is the best way forever, but
Poser.
you're not a
If Donnie
chef.
Wahlberg isn't singing it to me, I'm not gonna buy it. Sorry, buddy. Like it's also about the artists.
Yeah, it matters like the
The
whole
cute boy
entire
band singing it to me, okay?
Yeah, it does like the whole
It
entire
had heart.
personality of it, the whole
Yes.
entire creation. Like it
but
could
this
have
is like the video killed the radio star thing, right? Like, who the hell cares who Donnie Wahlberg is if you're never gonna see him and you're only gonna hear it, and there's never gonna be a picture? Because once you start talking about,
You
you
feel
know,
And
like
let's go
AI
back to
music has
Huey
heart, though?
Lewis. If we don't care about the what they look like anymore, then we can have a cat sing all the original killed the lady in red can actually be sung by Mickey Mouse, and we don't even have to worry about that guy never being like having a cute face. We can just have any AI sing it and go back to the original great artist instead of the good looking great artist. We never need AI in this
look at I
equation.
bet Blues Traveler wishes he could have just been a cartoon cat the whole time.
But
I
even
know. Well,
Steven
think of
Tyler is
that.
not beautiful.
John
He's
Popper?
pretty
Yeah.
kinda ugly, but, like, something about Steven Tyler wailing and his whole look is, like, it's part of the
Oh,
music.
he definitely should
Yeah.
have been AI.
It
He
makes him
should.
kinda
He
sexy,
he kind of
Yeah.
needs
even
to be
though he's
cleaned up
not.
now.
But there is something about the authenticity of it. Like
I don't know.
everybody's
I'll die on that hill. I really don't think that there's anything authentic or soulful about a human produced art, music, whatever, that can't be smoothed over in the next 10, 20 years by technology. I really do. Like, people are going to be so convinced that they can tell the difference between human made and completely machine made. And I think that line is going to be so blurred that the people that think they can see the difference between those two are going to be the ones that are fooled the most often, because they have a certain idea of how things are.
But because it's only because they won't know what authenticity is anymore.
Yeah.
It's not because they won't know good when they hear it, when they ever hear real live music and a real live singer. They're still going to be like, oh my gosh, this is still filet mignon, different than lab produced meat. It's just going to be because they don't have the comparison of how rich and delicious the original was.
Maybe, although, I mean, again, like, I'm on my own island sometimes on this, but it's
I know, it's your crypto.
whatever the human brain is doing to ascertain, oh, this has soul versus this doesn't have soul, like whatever that uncanny valley is, like, I feel that an algorithm can do the same thing that we're doing and know, like, oh, a human's going to think this has soul if I do X, Y, and Z. So let me do X, Y, and Z constantly. And I think with us constantly in this feedback loop of telling the AI, like, oh, I don't like that because it's too much AI, it doesn't seem natural enough. The second that it crosses that barrier, like, no one's going to be able to tell the difference. And it's not going to
A
be
musician
because,
can tell.
and it's not going to just be because, like, our palates have been rocked by, you know, sugar and MSG. So now, like, all food tastes the same, and you have natural food and it's like, oh, it's, but I think it's just going to be more that the technology will have a higher resolution than our capacity to detect, like, soul. Like, I think
But
that
if it all boiled down to algorithm, then all these dating apps that match you with your perfect match and everything would be successful and people would never get divorced. I think that sometimes, like, the best matches are made spontaneously, and they're people that don't have a lot in common, and they don't make mathematical sense, you know, if you put it all on
well,
paper.
what I mean, there's
So
dating apps right now where people are falling in love with AI chatbots and they don't even realize it, because
I believe
they've
it.
picked the artificial over the organic.
But they
Well, I
haven't
believe
picked the
that.
artificial. They've just become so lonely and haven't tasted real human contact in so long. The contact of AI is a fucking fleshlight. If they put their dick in a real pussy ever, they'd immediately know that fleshlight is a fleshlight. But if we never stuck our dick in a pussy and it just becomes a world of uncanny valley and AI, oh yeah, and we're all auto-tuned anyway, then we can't see ever what it tastes like. We don't know what it feels like anymore.
Yeah.
We have no comparison.
They don't know what soul is. They wouldn't know what soul, if kids never listen to Funkadelic or exposed to good music, they don't know what good music is. You know, this reminded me of our discussion when we were talking about music. I didn't really, you know, to me, blues when I was a kid was fucking Eric Clapton. I couldn't, and BB King. I couldn't stand either one of them. But later on in life, I was like forced to like spend some time in Memphis, and you like hear real blues musicians, like old timers, like the real old school ones that are still like busking after like 30, 40 years. Like, and you can see it on them.
Or you
It's
meet people with
different.
shitty musical taste, and it's like, oh, well, they have shitty musical taste because all they've ever listened to is top 40 that the radio's fed them. That's all they've
Yeah.
ever heard, all they ever heard. So
Yeah.
they always think the best song ever is the song that says number one and that everybody else is buying too. And so they've bought into the system already that's been going on. And then the second, if you really like music, even if you don't think you like music, when you hear good music for the first time anywhere and it does something to you, and then you're like, oh, now your whole musical taste change immediately. And I even like the same artist that was the biggest electronic artist when I was younger, the son of Benihana, which I think CIA again, is the same guy that's still the biggest guy now. Like, it's
Is this Ronnie Size? Who is this?
I don't even know his name.
It's the
I'm
dude
like,
with
the Benihana.
Akai or
Benihana.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I just am like, his dad's Benihana? Of course it is.
Yeah.
And it's not Skrillex, which I think
No, I
it's the
can't remember his name.
but I
Long-haired
don't know.
Asian looking dude.
Doesn't dubstep feel like a fever dream? Like it just kind of came and went. It was in like a movies for a little while, and then it just gone. Like the entire genre is just gone now. That doesn't happen
Dubstep.
that often.
Aoki, DJ Aoki.
Aoki, that's it.
Aoki. Steve
Aoki.
Aoki. Thank you. Brr, 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 brr.
Sounds like a garlic sauce.
I like that I could just say
Mm.
Benihana. Everybody knew who it was from
With a
Benihana.
little Aoki sauce on the side.
I know.
Garlicky.
Little Aoki sauce. That even seems creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy.
I don't know. I don't know what makes somebody I guess you hear beats, and so you would just have a palette of hearing beats better, and that would make you better at pressing buttons to mix
Mm,
AI. Or you're
I
just the
do.
person that feeds the right stuff into the AI, and then that makes you the like, oh my God, I put in the best word combination. And then you're the most famous AI artist that you're walking around that they're like, I can't wait to see what word combination Chaney's gonna come up with next.
Well, I mean, I would almost equate it to almost being like a chef, right? It's like if you feed a good chef really interesting ingredients and they make like a cool little dish, but at a certain point, like they didn't make a lot of that food, they're just kind of rearranging it in different ways and like cooking certain things and deciding what the ratios might be. And I almost think that that's kind of the new world of like prompt engineers or whatever, where they're not actually sitting down and creating all the components, but you want a chef that has like a certain palate and then has tasted a bunch of things and knows how they all work. So you trust them to reconfigure and make their own, the same way that some people just trust Taco Bell. Like they come out with a new menu item and they're just like, yeah, sure. Like just rearrange the things.
I compare it exactly the same. That's where I don't think Taco Bell's not going to go anywhere, and it's totally suffice. It's food, but it's never going to be food that a chef cooks ever.
But there are like 5-star Michelin chefs, right? That cook the finest food for like the richest people, and they'll go and they'll get Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like I know lots of chefs that are
I know,
like,
but that's
high
equivalent to
level.
a meal pellet. That's where I'm like, you could have a wafer that feeds your caloric intake enough to sustain you, but it's not delicious. And that's the difference. Deliciousness will
mhm.
like you will sustain yourself, and you might be a person that you're like, this Taco Bell is delicious only because you've never tried anything else. You will never use the word delicious to describe Taco Bell once you've had delicious.
When you've
But
had
if you've
real,
never had anything ever, then Taco Bell will always be delicious to you. And if the only thing you have to compare it to is McDonald's, then it might even be your favorite thing. But it's still, you've never had something at a real Michelin star restaurant before. Like you've never had steak tartare to compare to your McDonald's or your beef out of your taco to be like, oh. And some people genuinely might be like, try the best food ever and be like, I'm staying with my Taco Bell. But I don't think a majority of people will.
Well, I don't know, someone that like loves Red Lobster, RIP, by the way. But if they like love Red Lobster, but then you try to give them ceviche and be like, oh, this is gross. You know what I mean? Even though it's like far superior in every way.
Well, you just went to Red Lobster and picked a different lobster out of a tank. It was
Yeah.
still a lobster. Or maybe that's just how I went to Red Lobster. But them cheese biscuits were the bomb.
They were good.
Cheddar Bay, the
Coconut
mystic
shrimp.
cheddar,
That's what I always got.
cheddar
Coconut
Bay.
shrimp. I was grossed out by shrimp on the cruise.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I
it's
bet.
just weird.
I
I
was,
like shrimp typically, but for some reason I bit a shrimp cocktail and I didn't like the way it went through my teeth, and I thought about the shit line down it, and I was
I
like,
I can
ugh.
gross out on shrimp too. I cannot do big prawns. They cannot be big because if they're big for whatever reason, it just grosses me out bad.
I am
But if they're too
grossed out
small, then they
by.
always have the shit lines. So then that's gross too.
Oh yeah, by
They're
Red Lobster in
unclean.
Arizona.
Like according to the whole, Jewish Bible, they're unclean. You're not supposed to eat them. Any kind of
Shellfish.
shellfish. Yeah.
Something that we were talking about, Thomas and I, we were like, if we made a secret society of good guys, board game or some kind of game.
Hmm.
Do
Well,
you?
so
Yeah.
I've had the domain name Illuminopoly since like the year 2000 and something, like 2005, and it was originally going to be like a straight up Monopoly clone, and I made it in Flash, and I had it ready for a while, and then freaking Flash got killed, and I just never like restarted it. But I absolutely wanted to make a actual Illuminopoly game still, like a traditional board game. But then Chaney was throwing out kinds of cool ideas about what if we had like an operation game? What if we had all these? So yeah, what are some cool like conspiracy themed board game parodies or reboots that would be cool?
Like think
Well,
of the way the like operation works, how it electrocutes you.
You have to
Like
take out the implants.
yeah, like what other way could we use this kind of board game technology that's been around or setups like board games have, but rearrange them a little, recreate the wheel.
grassy knoll. That could be like the crotch instead of the bullet.
The grassy knoll.
Actually, that would be a good one. You have to operate on JFK. You're on the plane, and
Yeah.
you're like one of the surgeons, and like every time you go in and do something, that, like,
Oh yeah, we could do
CIA
like a
agent
skull
like,
that
slaps you.
that falls apart. It's like a one of those deconstructed skulls where it like falls apart, like with a timer. If you don't put it all back together in time,
You're Jackie O. You have to-
yeah, you have to put on the little hat and put his skull back on.
Oh my god, a hungry hippos, but it's all Jackie reaching for the chunks of brain.
Oh, I kind of Hungry
I like
Hippos
that.
is a great reboot.
That's a good idea.
That is a great reboot.
Her little arms.
Yeah, dude.
With this
Everyone has
on the
one
back of
Jack-
the
you get to
trunk.
pick, like
I
what
can
color
see it.
key dress she has on, like pink versus like pastel blue.
It's a little Cadillac.
Yeah.
It's a limo. And it's the back of the limo. And the
I
little
see it
hands
too.
are like
And we're all just slamming.
little marbles of brains are floating around in the back of the Cadillac, and she's all.
See, I want that to exist. If I was like one of these trust fund kids or whatever, if I was Blanket, like this is what I would be spending all my time and money doing, was making things exactly like that.
Yeah.
How CIA do you think Weird Al
That'd be fun.
Yankovic is to let him get away with like getting
his
the
parodies.
okay for all his parodies?
Yeah, for real.
Well,
How is he chosen?
he's one of them, isn't he? Like,
He's one of the big. I think he is the best accordion player in
Yankovic.
the ward. Yeah, he's one of them, isn't he, Yankovic?
That's how he gets away with it, right?
And yeah, he did. I mean, he got to remake everything
I know.
and have their
I'm
likeness and
fat.
their.
I'm fat. Jamal.
It's almost like he could give the
That's what Yo
original
Yo Ding
song a
Dong Yo
boost.
is from. Is that the first part of the video, the fat video? One of the guys is like, there's dialogue in the original version, and one of them's like, "You look skinny. I think I got a piece of pizza around here somewhere." And one of them, another one pulls out a ding dong. He's like, "Yo, yo, ding dong, yo." I always thought that was the funniest line. So
I
amusing.
think it's
That
so
should
weird they
actually
needed
be
fat suits.
the Glutton Pride Parade theme song. It would just be that Weird Al Yankovic, I'm fat.
My
Yeah.
butt is wide. I don't remember the next lyric.
Shambo.
But I know it starts like that, something like that. And it's like cabbage and corned beef. or some shit.
I was never huge on him until Amish Paradise, and Amish Paradise changed my whole viewpoint on Weird Al. Like that was like, oh man, okay, this guy is on another level.
I don't know. I loved him doing Michael Jackson just because I loved Michael Jackson. So, like, I'm the fucking weird person that sits and watches Michael Jackson reels, and I save all the freaking like the little dance steps because I'm like, I'm gonna practice this.
What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
Me? Fuck, that's hard.
Mm.
because it just depends on the day, really. Like
Human
lately, like
nature's mine.
I've been listening to In the Closet, like
Looking out across
lately.
the nighttime. I
That's
love
a good
that
one.
song.
Man in the Mirror is also good.
I have a friend that would cry every time she heard Man in the Mirror, and so just occasionally I would just play it just to be a dick.
But like on my workout playlist, I have a Smooth Criminal because I love that song too.
I like Remember the Time.
Yep. That's a good one.
But also we were talking about Skull and Bones, and they had a skull of Geronimo. What powers in a skull? Why does Michael Jackson keep the Elephant Man skull? And then that could be a rewriting of history that we get told what the Elephant Man was through modern movies and everything. But what about if there was something more that the Elephant Man skull is actually like a Hindu thing where it's like an Elephant Man skull that retains some kind of knowledge? Like, what is that, Ganesh?
Ganesh, yeah. Mm-hmm. He had a mango. Apparently, Ganesh is associated with mangoes, and mangoes are associated with creation.
Hmm.
With the fruit mango?
Yeah. We just learned that. We're
But
gonna dig into that more.
It's funny this came back around to elephants because there's like elephants. Like I wanted to bring them up a couple times because you guys were on the whole pigs and beef thing, and then I'm thinking like people here, you can go like hang out with the elephant. You can go hang out with the elephants and stuff in Oklahoma, but like they charge you out the ass to like wash the elephants. Like if you want to go sit there and like scrub them with a freaking big old brush and stuff, like they charge you like $500-$600, and it's like they're charging you to do their work. It's so fucking weird.
That is so. It's
I really want to do
these
it.
dumb
I
tourists.
love
No,
elephants.
I was gonna say, but you'd do it anyway, wouldn't you?
Oh,
I'd do
you're
it. I'd
damn right
probably
I
do it.
would.
It's like
Yeah.
Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. Like, don't you guys want to paint this fence?
You're damn right I do.
Yeah,
Right?
it does seem fun now that you mention it.
Yeah.
Painting
I'm
does
trying to
seem
draw a
fun.
penis on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, like my summer job, we do a lot of painting.
I
We
like
do
how
we
just
do shit
then
like that.
Abby thought, should I tell this story?
I don't know if I want to tell it myself or not.
I know. It was like me when I was like pushing somebody off the boat. Do I want to eat?
She actually looked at the demon. She looked
If
at the demon on her shoulder. She's like, "Wait, what?
Do I
Yeah, I
tell
Oh,
this?
yeah. Should I not? I'm going to do it anyway."
We don't like we paint penises underneath the primers.
As you do. Of course you do.
Why wouldn't I? That's
Why wouldn't
The
you?
patriotic
mango
thing
is
to do, right?
associated with creation. Of course it is. Because if you cut a mango down long ways, it is a crotch.
Oh, it is. It's a
It's the
yoni.
same as the apple.
The-
Everything that you cut down this, it's just, oh, a vagina.
Mhm. Of course it is.
I like how
Are
if you
there-
cut the apple long ways, it's a vagina. If you cut it short ways, it's an asshole.
Are there any fruits that represent death? Wouldn't every fruit always represent life?
I don't know.
The apple.
Nightshades.
What about the
Apple's
plum? Because the
associated
plum
with
is
death.
affiliated with Lilith. I think the plum is like a Lilith thing, and I don't know. Isn't that kind of?
What figs are life? Are figs life too?
Yeah, I would say
These
so.
are life. Yep.
Look at I had to look down to this. I feel like the girl is dating him. Is Layla dating a boy? Where's Layla? Is Layla on a date?
Ooh.
I don't know why it made me blush for Layla. Just because it's like when anyone's called a boy or a girl, it just sends me back to this like teenage self where it's like, was Chaney kissing a girl?
That's my kids were watching like Love Island or something like that, and it was Australia, and they were always like, the boys are, and I'm going, how do they call them boys? They're grown ass men. That seems so fucking weird to me. Like
Boys.
it just doesn't seem right. But I guess it's just part of their culture. But I can't call a grown ass man a boy.
Unless you're talking down to him.
Right, yeah, boy, bye. You don't say
Boy,
man,
yeah.
bye.
You're like, go grab that for me, boy. Go grab that for me, man. It is such
You're a
a.
big
It's
boy.
so demeaning,
It is
It
pretty
is.
demeaning.
big boy. That's like, hey there, chief. Hey there, big boy.
Boss is
Boss.
an annoying one.
Boss is sure thing, boss.
That's what when guys want to
Oh.
touch another guy, I've realized women are touchy feely on each other normally, but guys want to touch each other more, especially to size each other's shoulders or arms up. And so they'll do it with like, "How you doing there, boss?"
Hey.
But really, they just want to see if they can take that other guy by squeezing his muscle. That's what I think. And
Size
this
me
is
up,
just
yeah,
me
or something like,
watching
see
from the
later.
outside when I observe men interact with each other. Because women always size each other up. They look each other up and down right away and they give each other a compliment. Like when women meet for the first time and they're like, oh, I like those shoes. They pick something on the outfit that they would wear. Oh, those earrings. Where'd you get your hair done? Da, 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 da. But men grab each other like, and they never are like, nice tuxedo jacket. They never tell each other that. They're just like, hey there, boss. They give each other a hey chief, like a you're the captain of this ship.
And
I
if
had
you've
this-
really impressed them, they might like whip your dick with like a hat brim or something.
Oh yeah, or slap your ass. That
Slap
is
your
weird.
ass.
Women never
That is
touch
a
each
weird
other's
thing.
asses or slap each other in the crotch. Ever. Women never are just like, oh,
I'm not gonna grab your boob either. It's just
I do
that
feel
does
like,
happen sometimes.
like
well,
if me and
accidentally.
Gordy transitioned, I would want to just like walk up and just flick his nipple
When?
whenever I saw him.
As you
Like,
do.
Well, girls
mean-
will have you squeeze their tits if they just got them done. And they'll have everyone squeeze their tits. And it's like, I always feel awkward in the position. Like, all the other girls are in line for this. Am I allowed to be in line for this?
I'm gonna enjoy this more than they will.
Yeah. And I'm like, they all know I'm going to enjoy it more than them. So, how should I squeeze it? So then I have to watch a couple of the straight ladies like feel it out so I can like gauge on how I'll feel it out because I don't want to be like, oh, because they're like, oh yeah, girl, they're soft. Like it's almost more than I would ever squeeze a girl's boobs. Like straight girls feel it. Oh yeah, I can feel the implant above nipple or below in the armpit, and they'll like while they're squeezing the whole time talking and making eye contact. Where I'm just like,
What?
you straight ladies with their
What a
boobs done
weird-
are a whole scene. They'll be like, look, girl, look at them. And so I'm always like, okay. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have any fake boobs in your life. I don't know if guys get this much carte blanche, but I know ladies do. I see it all the time.
I saw
mean-
a whole bunch in the bodybuilding industry. Go ahead.
I was just like
Tom?
growing up, whenever one of my female friends got like her nipples pierced, it was for like that day or that week. Like it was basically like a petting zoo. Like anyone could have free access to them. Oh, let me see those again. Let me feel this. So, like, but then there's
Exact
a
same as boob
window.
job.
Like after
Yeah.
it's like the novelty's worn off. Now it's not appropriate anymore.
Weird.
Yeah, a year
Yeah.
later, you're like, show me that nipple ring. And they're
Like,
like,
that was last
creep.
week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I had. Show me your
You're
new
like,
piercing.
I have a
Where's-
picture of it
how's-
on my phone.
How's your vulva looking?
That was what was funny too, is that at my last bodybuilding show, like every woman who didn't have their tits done had nipple rings, and every woman who had their tits done, there was only one that I saw that looked good. All the rest of them looked botched as fuck.
Real boobs are so much nicer than fake boobs.
Yeah.
And I've seen some great boob jobs, but it is just such fake boobs are hard. Like they're just hard.
Well, I've learned quite a bit because of the whole bodybuilding thing, but shit, you never want to go through the armpit or through the nipple because that's when they start looking like shit after a while because the bacteria is what causes
How
them
else
to
do you
all
get
the
in
weird.
if you don't go through the armpit or
You
nipple?
go underneath. You go underneath. So you're better off to have the
Oh,
scars
no.
underneath.
That is what it depends on what your shape is.
But
Oh,
that's the only way
trans
to
man.
But if you don't want the little lines that look like a freaking shriveled ass grape, like that's the only way to do it.
I think through the nipple. I've seen it done really nice, and I think the ones
Well, it
that
probably looks
are
good for a
underneath, I'm
while,
like, oh,
but I think
that's
they're
trans
the ones that
tits.
don't hold up over time, though. Those are the ones that don't hold up over time. and they look
Well, you
really
have to get them
gross.
changed out over time anyway.
I know, but
You're
after like a year or two, that's what like have you ever watched porns where like the girls are on their back and then you see like
Absolutely not.
I don't watch porn.
well I don't either. I have though, okay.
I don't.
But yeah, like they start looking like shriveled grapes. It's weird. Like you see the weird little shrivel lines, and those are the people that have their implants done to the nipple or
Maybe
the armpit.
if it's in porn that you're seeing it, maybe that them are tires with too many miles.
I'm just saying no, because it happens to everyone. Like it happens to everyone if you don't have it done. It's a bacteria issue. And through your armpit's the worst place to get bacteria. And your nipple,
Oh, the
for whatever
armpit's
reason,
the worst. I don't know
Mhm.
anyone like that was short lived. The armpit. I'm like, oh, that was a bad scar too. I know women that have silicone tits. And I know women that have had silicone replaced with saline tits. And I know ladies that have had different size saline tits and then they decided they wanted bigger. Like different CCs added. But I don't know.
What are you working there? Is that 50 cc or 150 cc?
I know where you can start knowing what exactly the weight of boobs. Boobs are interesting.
I've always had like this
I'm-
fantasy that I could turn like part of my arm into like a secret compartment. It doesn't matter as much now with like drugs becoming more and more decriminalized, but like as a teenager, I was like, man, what if I just had like a little I could open up my arm and put joints in there. I could put like my LSD or something in there. And it seems like that could be a very real possibility for women more so than men. Like you could technically have something where you could fill it up with, go to the game and fill it up with beer or something. So it doesn't always have to be saline. If you could make like a non pervious like storage container.
Tom Hanks plasma bags.
That is true.
Tom
That
Hanks
is true. Side boob is
Sold
very
by
sexy.
Paranoid
Side
American.
boob.
Side boob is very sexy.
Side boob is so sexy. It's so
That's-
sexy.
Mhm.
That's the other thing too, is like if you have breast implants and they go under the muscle, like you can't work your chest ever. Like you can't do like any kind of chest presses or anything like that.
Oh, under the muscle
they
seems
blow
so
out.
silly.
But
Why would you?
they look
yeah.
better. They look better, but they're like they blow out. Like you'll blow out the muscle, your pec muscle,
Mm.
and then your implant is in your armpit.
I've seen a lady pop her implant too. Or
China
leaks
didn't China.
implants.
I saw China do it on WWE way back when. Do you remember that?
China.
I'm thinking of the
China.
country. Yeah, I just realized.
No, China the
China did
wrestler.
it.
The wrestler?
Yeah. Like
RIP.
she sat and totally did this whole thing, and one of her tits was just all of a sudden it was gone, and she freaking walked off the stage. She popped her implant.
Oh shit. So weird.
It's weird that I remember that. It's weird that I remember that, and I'm not even like, yeah. I
So
saw it, though.
crazy.
Oh
Ugh.
gosh.
I feel like I would get in my head, like if I had implants, I would get in my head and I'd just be like, I need to get them out. Like I'm just such a weirdo with that kind of stuff. Not that I would ever want implants ever.
Foreign things.
Yeah, I
know.
would be like, I need this out.
It's something I don't know. I've been researching just because of the industry that I'm in. So it's like I don't need them to get my pro card, but once you're a pro, it's like you do look better if you have them. So it's weird. But they have these other
To
ones
what
called like gummy
extent?
bear. I know.
That seems like
right?
to what point are you gonna like do what point of to do your body like that for what purpose? It's like, oh, I don't know. That seems crazy.
I also think it's weird when you have like 6-year-old women with fucking fake ass
Fake
tits. I think
tits.
it's so weird.
It is because it becomes like a ball in a sock.
Well, I just want to say, like, I grew up in my like high school years. I grew up in Naples, Florida, which when I moved there, it was like lots of farmland and like nothing at all. But by the time I graduated high school, it was the place where like rich people were flocking to and buying like the nicest of everything. And there would be some like 60-year-old ladies walking around that could rival any 20-year-old that you would find in Naples at the time. Like they had the absolute best of all plastic surgeons and everything. So I mean, like miracles can absolutely be done, and I assume that if you just constantly keep going, like a Japanese temple, if every 10 years you just knock it down and rebuild it, like you get to keep the same sort of temple.
Yeah.
I think that is what it looks like from
Mm.
afar, like the Mona Lisa. But eventually, you can't stand around velvet ropes far enough to realize that it does not look that good up close. Like plastic surgery, like
Yeah.
eventually, the best thing you have, the
It looks
best
weird.
chance you have for any person out there is you all look like Joan Rivers. That's your best shot in life, is that eventually you get like a Joan Rivers tight face, but your hands and your
Hope
neck
you
and
don't
your
look
rest of
like
your body, your
Donatella
belly, you're
Versace.
still yeah, like I just am like, I've seen some great looking ladies, and this is what I don't understand about age too. It's like, why can't you just be, you are fucking great looking for whatever your age is. When people are trying to look 15 years younger than them, it is why, like, so you want to look like a 20-year-old? Why have we all decided in life that 20 is the forever sexy? That's because we're all groomed. When really we should all just try to look like great for our age, because you're just
Yeah.
competing with magazine
Mhm.
covers of really children, most likely. And a lot of the time it's male children dressed as girls. So it's like I don't know. I think it's crazy that it's like, yeah, take care of yourself, do these things, but some part of age can just be beautiful instead of like, oh, cut that off, tighten that up. Like it just, I don't know.
Can't wear
but
those anymore.
yeah,
Do
I
some
know.
face yoga. That does help freaking wrinkles. You have
I
muscle
need
on
to
your
do
Grow
face
up.
face
too.
yoga.
Yeah,
You're
that's
so
really
right.
gonna.
Do you guys
That's
remember
the
why
thing.
I'm so old right now, is atrophy. Oh, I didn't lose just all the atrophy of my body when I had cancer. I lost that my muscles in my cheeks and my jaw.
That
Like I
Yeah.
used to be
that's what
able to
people
tighten
don't
my
realize.
jaw and see my thing. And I was just telling Jules, like, I'm sure Abby knows some exercises for my
I do.
face.
I do. Well, because even forehead lines, those are not caused by age. People don't get the big old deep furrows in their like across their forehead from that. They get it from opening their eyes, because when they open their eyes with their eyebrows and they wrinkle their forehead. Like the way you open your eyes is just to open your eyes. Like that's a muscle thing. So like you won't get big old lines in your forehead if you open your eyes using your
Wait,
eye muscles.
what do you mean by open your, like, because I guess
Like
when I think, I don't like think or flex anything to open my eyes. Like they're just either
a
open
lot
or
of
closed.
people, when they open their eyes wide, will lift their forehead. They could do this.
What's the point of opening your eyes wide? Period. Though,
I'm
unless
just
you're trying
saying.
to
I'm
emote.
just saying. Well, it's also your face has muscles just like anything else. So it's not age. It's not gravity that's causing your face to sag. It's atrophy of your muscle. So if you don't have the muscles in your face to hold up your skin, it's gonna naturally droop, right? Just like anywhere else on your body. So opening your eyes is also like it exercises all the ocular muscles. You have like 4 around your eyes. You have the forehead muscle runs from here all the way down the back of your neck. It's just one big long strip of a muscle. So all of that is like, if you're not working these things on your face, like you can do so much even for like your laugh lines and all of it, like your neck. Like they're goofy ass poses, but they like exercise that. And then like when my neck starts looking like shit, you see me in the mirror doing all these fucking weird things, and then like they look better after a couple days. So
And then if you think of all the people looking down at their phone right now, how different that's going to make all of our necks over the next few years.
I freak out because I see the lines and I know it's from looking at down at my phone.
What lines?
Beautiful, thank you.
What are like other things, like we know like
Smart
when
man.
silicone was popping in people and there were side effects, and saline doesn't really do it, your body absorbs it. But what about like botulism? What are the side effects that everybody might not know from
Botox.
sticking Botox in their
Paralysis.
face?
But yeah, I think
Yeah, but
about that
like
too.
even in the
And
light
muscle
end,
Because botulism is some nasty shit, man.
yeah, and even in the light end of it, the people that are getting it all the time, like it can make you not be able to swallow, like things that
Uh-huh.
people might not even know because they're just doing a slow poisoning of
Oh,
botulism.
so it's weight loss too. That's awesome. Two for
I
one.
know. Well, it makes you like nauseous and constipated and blurred vision and dizzy and can make your throat swelled shut and can make ringing in your ears and can make all these other symptoms. And I'm like, fuck, I know a lot of ladies on botulism, but it's never the side effect. Like it's never the thing that they're like, huh, I wonder if it was my botulism that's making me feel like shit lately. I never hear any of them ever say it, and I'm
Well,
like,
you
maybe
can't
it's your
say it like that.
botulism. I know, but I'm thinking it now. Like I'm gonna when my certain friends will be like, "Ugh, I
Yeah.
just don't feel well today." I'm like, maybe it's your botulism.
Your botulism's acting up.
I know I almost look 50, but it's not my botulism.
Have you guys? Do you remember the movie Hallow Shall with Jack Black and Gwyneth
Shallow Hal.
Paltrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shallow Hal. Cause that in like a weird like futuristic way, but it's to me it's like the inverse of plastic surgery, where plastic surgery is you wanting to like this is how I want the outside world to see me, even though that's not how I am now. I can change myself and make it so other people see me this way, but the inverse of that would be everyone's got like QR or VR glasses on or something. And now, like, I can decide, just like when certain people call my phone, I can decide Chaney's got this ringtone and Gordy's got this ringtone. But you could be like, I want Chaney to look like this now, and I can change it for me, and I can change how all of you look based on my preference and how I want you to look. And at that point, like, you can spend all the money and do all the surgical procedures, and it doesn't matter because I get to see you the way that I've designed your avatar to kind of show up. And then once we get into that realm, it's like, what would be the point of even needing to change yourself when you could almost like have people download your DLC?
This won't be the way they
Like
give it
meta?
to us. They'll do it this way instead is I'll be able to afford different avatars and you'll only be able to see the ones I can afford because they always do an elitist system. So if Abby's rich, she'll be able to change herself into a giraffe and she'll have diamond skin some days and some days she'll have, but I'll just have like the yellow smiley face avatar.
But the point on top of that, I guess it might seem like a stretch, but it's like if we got to that where that was the standard, and now the new beauty standard is that Abby's got dragon diamond scales or something, but that could legitimately become a real beauty standard that would supersede like your physical appearance in the real world. Like if everyone just agreed that fashion now matters more in the metaverse, now in a Hallow Shell kind of way, it could be like, I don't care if you see this person and you see this, like I see the version that's got the diamond scales and everything, and that's the part that I'm like the most enamored by. That could become a very real standard, not just some weird sci-fi aspect.
They kind of did this with the aurora borealis. We were talking about it a little bit, how most people were like, I can't see it unless I hold my phone up to it. And I'm like, are you guys just Pokemon going the aurora
I know. It's
borealis?
like, is it an update on the phone? But I could see the pink in the sky. That's how I know. Like,
It makes sense in Oklahoma, kinda, but it doesn't make sense
not
in
really though.
Florida.
But it still doesn't even make
People
sense.
were like, I saw the aurora borealis in
It's not
Florida.
an
When I held my
aurora.
phone up, I'm like, did you also catch a Charizard? That's
Exactly though.
So I just feel like some part of it, they keep trying to digitally make us collect things. Like before they even were like, are they going to buy into this crypto bullshit? They were like, let's see if we can give them digital diamonds and let's see if they'll take care of a Tamagotchi for a little while. Like, let's see what other kind of digital things we can give them to see what kind of value they actually hold to this. But and they're like, oh my gosh, there's a thing called Second Life where these people live on it, but how many? Or oh my gosh, everybody's playing like whatever that game was, Fortnite, and they're all, but all these people are doing it. Yeah, most people spent money on that probably during lockdowns when they could afford to give every single Twitch person they watched money. But does everybody really buy clothes of this, or is it just a finite, like how everybody's on Twitter, but they're not though. They're not. You guys just think they are. Nobody's on Twitter. I don't know, but it's just like all of them. No one's on anywhere. Everybody thinks this is the new town square. Or this is the new thing. I don't know. Is it just like the top 40
Well,
again?
another dated reference, but remember, everyone ever played Farmville or know someone that played Farmville
Mm-hmm.
back in the day?
Oh,
And like the natural progression was at a certain point, um, like you'd get sick of clicking all your damn plots and like picking all your apples or whatever. So they had like a new branch where you would like pay money. You'd pay like $5 to have like it automatically come and harvest all your stuff. So you're actually paying money to play less of the game that you want to play, which is like a weird way to go about it. But this is, I mean, I think there's like a version of this based on the context that we're talking about.
Yes, this is exactly what they
wow.
did. And now there's games like farming games, but they're like they don't even need anything. How little will they take of like actual activity on the screen? Will they just press buttons that do a multiplier? Like this button will give them 1 cent when they press
Yeah,
it, and
cookie
this button
clickers,
will give
yeah.
them 5 cents when they press it. Will they just sit and press these buttons? Yep, they sure will.
I mean, you're describing like a retiree sitting in front of a one-armed bandit.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Yeah.
it's like. What if everybody? What can we make crypto to make everybody, even being on the cruise, seeing like the casino open and the people? Like I was watching the people in the casino, and I started to realize there was a couple of dudes that would sit against the wall. And they would watch all the old ladies like lose their money, and then they would sit down after them, put in 20. Like they didn't
Oh
even
yeah.
sit in the seats. They would just 20, 20, 20. Cash out 200, 200, 200. Go stand on the next line and watch old ladies. And I was just like, huh, these they have it worked out. They're not gambling on the machines, they're gambling on the people. Like they see how long people are sitting there. They're just sitting against the wall having their drink. They never have to, they're losing their time currency a little bit, but their money they're not. But these old ladies don't have to spend any time. They're all retired. So it's
Well,
like
that's what like living in Nevada and everything, that's what we do. Like our adult date time was to go gambling. And I mean, because everything's a casino. But you go sit in the casinos and we started realizing the pattern that, like if you go on the weekends, there's no freaking slot machines open. All the games you want to play are always taken. And you never win. But if you go on a Monday, you'd always hit because it's like people freaking lose all their money over the weekend, fucking sitting there drinking for free and gambling, and then like you go in on a Monday, you freaking clean house.
and that's the only rule I think of the slot machine is they have to pay out 2/3. So that's it. You don't know the time frame on the 2/3, and here's where they've gotten clever. Is like MGM Grand, all their MGM Grand hotels are attached with the same casino machines. So you might see a rollover thing that's happening that you're like, oh my gosh, look at there's
That's a
just these.
progressive slot
Yeah, it's
too. Like,
progressive. You don't know it's attached to 4 hotels around the world.
yeah, you're like it could hit anywhere. It doesn't have to even be here. Like
Yeah. Gambling.
Mega Millions or not Mega Millions. What was it? I can't remember. Shoot.
Well, they must have realized humans liked gambling. They must have really realized this far back in our MK Ultra, because even in the like, oh, the lottery system, I bet you they'll let us kill one of them every year if we just tell them it'll be one and they can all play a lottery for it. We're like, we're in. It's really a
Fucking
compulsory tax that some people decide to pay the government. We have no proof anyone's ever won. And people are like, I know somebody that won the lottery, but it's always like a little amount, like people comparing like a saber-tooth tiger to dinosaurs. It's never Epstein amounts. Like how
yeah, not
many
life
lotteries
changing.
did Jeffrey Epstein win?
That's insane.
Well, it's like the Monopoly game at McDonald's, right? Like some people win, but the big winners, like that was all preordained. Like that was a controlled sort of and why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make these huge windfall money things like have those be controlled and then all have the small ones affect little people so that everyone anecdotally knows someone that maybe made like 5 grand or 10 grand, but the ones that
Yeah.
make like the hundreds of billions or hundreds of millions.
Okay, I have a story about this, and this is like one of those things that still bothers me to this day because we have this chain here that's called Taco Mayo, right? And had the little cups where you peel the stickers, and if you could spell Mayo, like MAYO, then you would win $35,000 or like this red car. Okay. And
Isn't that mayo?
no, it's are you kidding? It would be if we were talking American, but we're not. It's anyway, like we had all the game pieces. Like we didn't go very often because I was a poor single mom with 4 kids, and we had the MA and the O, right? So we already had like those in like triplicate because we'd gone like over a period of a couple weeks. So we go in one day and we just got like one cup, and I peeled the fucking Y, and I knew that we fucking won, right? So I put it in my purse, and like I didn't even think about it when I went home. Like I knew I had the other game pieces at the house, and for whatever reason that fell out of my purse at work, the Y did. And for whatever reason, I didn't check to see if it was a Y. I thought it was one of the other letters, and it ended up in the trash can. And I went back to like I won $35,000, y'all. I swear to God, I swear on everything. And then I went and I dug through the trash, but it was like covered in maggots and it had dirty diapers and stuff in it because I worked at a daycare. I couldn't do it. I threw it away because I can't. Oh, I could not stomach that. But I won $35,000. I actually won one of those freaking things. It was legitimate.
I didn't win 35 grand, but I once threw my retainer away in elementary school, and I had to do that. I had to dig through this huge like it was bigger than me, the garbage can of like everyone's throat, because I knew I would get my ass beat if I showed up without my retainer. But yeah, I've got nightmares of digging through other people's like half-eaten food now.
Oh God, it was bad. I couldn't do it. I was like,
There's
it
something
wasn't
about
worth it.
maggots too. Immediately,
they're
like
so
it hits me
gross.
in such a place in my visceral. It'll take me. It's almost like a stomach punch. It'll take me hours to adjust my stomach back to normal. That must be such a
They're the
human.
most weirdest thing in the whole world. They're so foul. Like
Even
that
if you've
had
never
me.
seen them before, as a kid, when you
They don't
first
even
see them,
look
it
like
makes
worms.
you
They're so
vomit. Like it
gross.
makes you dry heave.
I mean, pretty soon they're going to be a delicacy. So,
Yum.
Well, actually,
Well,
like
they're
the cannibalistic tribes usually eat the maggots, the flesh-eating maggots. They like those almost more than the flesh because they're juicy.
Yuck.
delicious.
I don't even like the pop.
what pop? You mean like squishing a maggot?
That's just what I feel like. Sometimes with certain food, I can't eat it just because of texture alone. And like
Tapioca?
when, like Fear Factor, Joe Rogan stuff, like maggots, they seem poppy. Like,
yeah.
but like when they bite a roach and it's crunchy with like a wing falling out of the.
No.
I will tell you, if I'm ever on Fear Factor, I have no intention of eating. You'll see
Oh,
the
I
best
would
acting
never.
job that you've ever seen because I won't get kicked off that day either. You'll be like, Chaney's getting kicked off. She didn't even attempt to eat it. You'll see the best acting job, but I'm not eating it. And I'll even tell the camera beforehand, I'm not going to eat this. You're about to see some Oscar award-winning shit. That's why I think more of the people should talk to the camera like, these other people aren't my friends. I'm just playing a game. Like, I always think it's so funny when they try to act righteous. And I'm like, who cares? You're just playing a game.
Like on Survivor and stuff, like the people who are like the super villains are like, I don't give a fuck. I'm playing a game. I'm going to burn their socks. Like, watch me. And then all the other players get butthurt. Like, this person is such a bad person. I was like, no, it's a fucking game.
Yeah, you're not
They're
my
cutthroat.
homie. We just knew each other
good
one
point.
week. I'm trying to get this money to bring home to the people I really love.
Yeah.
Sorry about your alliance.
I'm not trying to make a friend with you.
Yeah, this show's called Survivor.
One person wins.
Be at the craft table after lunch.
I do have, like, if I were picking teams, though, for some reason, there is just like certain people I know could do things well. And for some reason, it's always a tall blonde, like, or like just a lanky blonde. Like, take somebody like Layla. They can always run a marathon. They are like, I've never ran once in my life. They can always run a marathon. Like, it's just something in them that you're like, they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm still doing this. This isn't even hard. And you're like running next to them, like panting, like you do it every day and you can't even believe. They're like, oh
She
my God,
probably
I love
has heels
this.
on.
Yeah, I just feel like some people are built for certain things. And when I'm also, because cruise boats, you do a lot of like sometimes there might be team stuff or you're on different things or you're like picking people or looking around at who would be good for what. And I'm like, surprising. There was a battle of the sexes competition and that hula hoop thing was one of them.
I
Do
can
you
hula
remember
hoop.
we talked about that? No, where it was like a group of guys versus a group of
Oh.
girls, and the guys will all try to get their bodies through it and everything, but the girls will hold it and help each other. Like, no, you guys just go and I'll go through last. Like, I
Period.
don't know. It was interesting watching the psychology of the groups breakdown. But the guys were more creative. I was actually surprised at how any of the things like they had to use and like do like a lady giving birth, but there's 5 of them, so each of them have to play a different part or whatever. Like the ladies all went to such like the lady laid on the floor and put her legs, whereas the guys, one of them acted like the bed and one of them acted like the baby. Like like they turned it on, like they laid over each other, complete strangers. Like I'm head out of your dick, like look at it. And like the ladies were still like and this is the other part that kind of pissed me off when they asked everyone what they were. Not one lady said the word midwife or OBGYN or any of these things. They were like, I'm the dad. I'm the doctor. Like they didn't have any of it. The guys' side, they knew all the words. They were like, I'm the nurse practitioner. I'm the OBGYN in my second year of medical school. I'm the like father about to cut the
character.
umbilical cord. Yeah, like all the guys knew the words of the character of the role they were about to play. That there were certain things that there were certain physical activities that if I were a betting person, I would have given it to the men easy, that the girls did better. And there were certain mental and creative activities that if I were betting, I would have given it to the women and the guys slayed it.
It's
I
like the
was
whole
like,
huddle idea. Like it's probably that, like huddle. This is a plan. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that. Like women don't do that shit.
Well, isn't this why Caitlyn Jenner won Woman of the Year so quickly? Where it's like men are just great at anything they do, including being women.
I mean, who could be a better woman than Caitlyn Jenner? And she doesn't even try to even fake her voice. That's what I think is the funniest part. She's like, I'm just going to stay with the Bruce Jenner voice. This is another thing too. This is considered wrong. Like we're in this new world that I'm dead naming Caitlyn if I call him Bruce or say him instead of her.
What is
Fuck
dead naming?
that.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Ran
Dead
over the
naming.
people.
If you want to be a
that Bruce or
dildo
Caitlyn?
grown person that doesn't want to have your given name that your parents give to you, so I'm going to make my name Maverick because for some reason every time girls fucking transition, they always pick I'm Max. Like I don't know why, but they always I don't know about dudes transitioning to women. I don't know what kind of name. They always go old school, like 1950s. They want to be like I'm Beatrice. You're like okay. But girls always pick this like hardcore, like it's a name that it kind of shouldn't be. I'm Leather. Like they pick a name that you're like, what? It's almost like an inanimate object, but they want
Ass
it to sound
chaps.
hard. Yeah. I'm Astro. Like that's what I thought you were gonna say. And I'm like, yeah, like Astro. I forgot the point of the yeah. So if I
It's not
decide I'm
leather. I just kind of took
Astro,
it to another level.
yeah, if I'm Astro tomorrow and you call me Chaney and say, "Oh, Chaney, Gordy, don't dead name me. Chaney is dead to this world. I am Maverick now."
I like these names are all like American Gladiator names.
That's what all dykes pick, or they're not dykes, I guess. They're dykes. But that's any of them that transition all pick American Gladiator names for some reason. So they're like, I'm Sniper.
Ice.
Yeah, that it's like the names they go with. I don't know what it is. Like maybe if my name is masculine enough, you'll believe me. I don't know, but I think that, so if you were to call me by my wrong gender or my wrong name, that's dead naming. Like imagine this retarded world that we're in, that another person can dictate that now, like, it's not racist, it's not sexist, it's not it's just because I'm a pepper. You better call me a dill pepper, or you're dead naming me. You could lose your job. Like, what? This is the world we're in. This
They
is
disown you.
sensitivity training. This is real sensitivity training that they're paying millions of dollars for at every corporation that you know.
It's working.
So I'm telling you, Gordy, that's what dead naming is, so you can get a job. And you don't accidentally call somebody by the wrong gender.
No, too late.
I know, dead naming. It's so silly. Somebody that says dead naming has never dealt with death in their life. Like, there's somebody that's never
Yeah.
had trauma
You've
yet.
never really dealt with this
Like,
shit.
you still have both your grandparents if you're worried about
Yeah.
dead naming.
the great name massacre of 2024 when hundreds of thousands of people got dead named all at once. It was almost a mass genocide of names.
That'd be so funny. You just have a whole bunch of that's a
the name
t-shirt.
holocaust. Yeah.
All dead
6 million
names.
names are deadened today.
Stephanie. It's all these just normal names on on Peter. Peter's changed in his name.
I imagine
for-
it's like one of those Vietnam walls with all
Yeah.
the names on it, but it's just
All the names on
everybody's
it. It's just-
original birth names. It's just like
Right.
the dead name wall.
and you take people there so they can touch it.
The family members are like, I remember Stephen.
I remember.
Steven's next to you now as Julia,
Oh,
but you're
is that
like,
person dead too? All right.
but is it also a way,
Yes,
like,
so.
because you haven't had trauma, that you want this kind of pain and like that's my slave name.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, like it's just privileged people want their own slave names.
Yeah, that's what it kind of is about. And you must be the most amount of privilege too if your biggest fight in the world is your like tit for tatting with people about your made up gender or pronoun. Like, I just see that you have no fucking other issues to go on in the world. Like, life's almost too fucking good for you. Like, if that's your fucking big go-to.
You're not even virtue signaling. You're creating your own.
Yeah, you're so egotistical. You're going to gaslight all of society.
Yeah.
But it's not you, it's them.
It's everybody else's
It's
problem.
everybody else. Like, you're legitimately gaslighting, and then the corporations are letting you gaslight. And that's really all it's about. Like, the mainstream media and the corporations are giving you the illusion that you have people on your side. But really, it's like 10 people in New York and LA. And the rest of America is like, they don't want to say it because they're like, I don't want to get kicked out of the Pride Party this year. It's not cool to just be a run-of-the-mill gay. I got to have a pronoun to go this year.
I mean, all it's really gonna do is people are just gonna like, hey, you, how's it going, you? Like that seems like the most easiest neutral version of everyone just becomes a you.
A sheep.
Oh, damn.
That's what I think it's all about anyway, is
Yeah.
eyes and U's.
Ah.
And all the eyes are just the single one eye they always give us, and all the U's are just sheep. And so it's just every symbology that they boil down to eventually will get to the I or the U. And so what one are you? Are you part of this? Or are you just one of the sheep that follow this?
Well, what if you cover your...
What eye did I cover just then?
You're right.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you're
In
mirrored
the
or
mirror
not.
of a
Uh-oh,
mirror of
are
a
we-
mirror.
Did we just accidentally signal somebody? Somebody's gonna.
Do we just break the internet?
Well, actually,
broke.
that's another thing that came up today in that Michael Jackson interview, which was like more of a presentation than an interview. But like this comes up so freaking often, and I'm curious what you guys' take on this. But it was cited of, oh, there was this Michael Jackson concert or an album cover, and it had a checkerboard floor and it had a rainbow, so therefore it was 100% like an Illuminati Freemasonic thing. And I'm just like, in the back of my mind, I'm just,
checkerboard, wasn't it?
well, if I go right now and I go on Google and I search for a checkerboard pattern and I go and I search for like a skull or something, and I put this all into an album cover and I upload it to SoundCloud and I distribute it on Spotify, does that, oh god, yeah, now Gordy's a Freemason, but does that mean that music is now like Freemasonic controlled music because it's got a rainbow and a checkerboard floor on it? Or is there a possibility that people actually like a checkered board aesthetic and they use a checkerboard, like every ska band
Every ska
in
band,
existence, are they all Freemasons? Or are they all influenced by Freemasons? The checkerboard, the same way that if you put your hand over, it almost feels like an insult to anyone that actually had to like murder 200 babies to get into the Illuminati. And it's like, all I ever had to do was just cover my eye on a YouTube video and I could have joined the same way.
I know, it's like you should have to actually do this, so it's like you can't do it on accident.
Yeah, it's totally inverse.
Yeah, it has to be so like her arm didn't accidentally do that.
How do you think Bob Dole did that?
Like this.
Yeah, with it.
He always, I know.
But then it's all the what eye, right? Because like Lisa Left Eye Lopez always covered her right eye. She would highlight under her left eye, but when she covered it with the condom, it was her right eye.
Maybe that's how you get out of the you and the I paradigm. Is that you do the Bob Dole? You refer to yourself in third person. Maybe that's a way to transcend like the Matrix. Is you just Bob Dole thinks this and Bob Dole thinks that.
Well, that would be like
Andy holds a pin so he never accidentally does an Illuminati hand symbol.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like his version of what Mike
he's
Pence
like
is never in a room with.
He doesn't even want to
woman.
accidentally think something because he's like, oh shit, oh no, That's what then has anyone ever watched What's Eating Gilbert Grape in slow motion to see the hand signs Arnie was throwing up the whole time?
No.
I just made that up just now.
Oh, I was like, what?
I would love to see a reboot. Imagine a reboot of Gilbert Grape in 2024.
I feel this is all you have to do with your hands, and all of a sudden you're Leonardo DiCaprio Best Actor.
Best Actor. Best Actor.
Gilbert.
Oh my gosh.
Gilbert.
He went full,
Are you
right?
double jointed?
You never go full.
Like,
That's
he went
the problem.
Full Ben Stiller in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did go full retard, and he came back.
It was good.
And he came back, but maybe the Johnny Depp, Juliette Lewis in that, maybe it was somehow balanced it out. I don't know. Gilbert.
Maybe
Grape.
that's why they had to do like the whole, what was it, like the Prince and the Pauper thing? Because maybe it was the twin and like giving it over to his clone or something. I don't know.
God,
What about
been a What's Eating
was that movie
Gilbert
called?
Gottfried skit? I feel
Oh
like
my
there
gosh.
should be.
Gilbert Godfrey is the worst. I always think of Problem Child 2 or Problem Child 1. I don't remember, but he played it and he was like the principal. I feel like he says the word retard, or maybe he says asshole, where he's like something. And your dad's an asshole, and that's an asshole. You know what an asshole is? Your dad. Like, and it's just like him screaming is like my nightmare. Like anytime I hear Gilbert Godfrey somewhere, I'm like, turn it off. Like I used to love Stern, and when Gilbert was on, off.
Well, I always liked on Saturdays USA Up All Night. Did you guys ever watch that? Because they'd have some of the best horror movies. So
yep.
Like, and he was the
Julie
host.
Brown, USA
and
Up
he'd be like,
All
he's
Night.
stabbing him.
Oh,
He's
is
stabbing
Judy
him now.
Who was the Up All Night? Was it Julie Brown that did Up All Night?
I think she did for a
All
while, yeah.
Night.
And then
Yeah.
Gilbert Godfrey did for a while too. So I had to hang with Gilbert for.
Oh, he's the worst. It's like he's like chewing on something.
The parrot in Aladdin.
Yeah.
Right?
He was a monster
Yep.
kid. You guys ever listen to his podcast?
God no.
You could.
No.
Chaney would love it.
No, I could
Talking
never.
Him talking about monster kids and all these obscure actors from vaudeville. It was like this listening to this 89-year-old. I don't know how old he was, but he was way
Like a
older
woman
than
who
his
smoked
time.
too much.
Yeah. hmm
Like
It was very.
throw mama from the train,
Still
lady.
think it was funny.
Oh, I
Oh
never
yeah,
thought Gilbert was funny.
Louis
he
Armstrong was
had his
trying to
cut
kill
points.
me. Owen.
Yeah, dog. Didn't she? So
Okay,
she had tongue cancer, didn't she? That actress.
I don't know. She was
Wasn't that
she was also the mom on The Goonies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, she's the
hmm
mom on Goonies.
Yeah. Your glasses, do they actually light up?
Yeah.
And that well, because I saw them in real life, right? But then my other question is like, do you see the light through them, or is that like, how does it work, Thomas? I need to know the magic.
I don't see the light through them, no.
They're
Okay.
black on one side.
Mhm.
Do you
Period.
need a pair?
I
We
think I
could all get
do.
a pair.
Yeah, can we all get a pair?
Yeah. We
I
could
actually,
totes all get a
I'm gonna
pair.
get some in bulk maybe, so I can list them on my page because people ask about them so often. So
Oh
when they
really?
come in,
Oh, good
I'll
for
give
you.
you guys some.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, you need like Paranoid American on the side. You need to order some etching so you can just pencil it on there.
That's a good idea.
That's what I want to do for Secret Society of Good Guys with photochromic glasses. My buddy was supposed to send me a whole bunch of free. I need to harass him about them.
Yeah, you do.
I just need to call him and ask him.
I'm about to make some stickers at work, so or
Oh, I
decals.
was thinking that too. I wish I had stickers from us, but I wish I have so many Paranoid American stickers, but none of them said Paranoid American on them.
Yeah,
Like,
I noticed that too. Well, almost everyone always puts like the little logo on the side. I don't for dumb reasons.
well, the
so
reason
I
I
should.
wanted it is because I was on this cruise where I love tagging and stickers. I just anywhere I can put something weird and then take a picture of it. Like, oh, I was walking around the island of the Bahamas, or where I'm like, oh, I'll put like a donut sticker or a Paranoid American there, but I didn't have any stickers that said like I had some of 'em, like adrenochrome, but it didn't say Paranoid American on it, and so I didn't want to just drop it off somewhere that I'm like, no one will know what this means. It'll just be out there. So
That's kind of the point too, though, is just for people to see the word adrenochrome constantly and not even feel like they've necessarily been marketed to or that it's a QR code that's going to bring them to buy something. Just like, what the fuck is adrenochrome? Like that to me is the real value in
win.
those.
The win
That's
in it.
I like the subtlety of your I like how you package conspiracy. I think
I like
that it's
to
genius.
make it look more official than it is. Like, wait a minute, this looks more official than just like some rantings of a madman. This looks like an actual McDonald's Happy Meal toy.
Yeah, all of it. Even the comics and stuff. It's just, you put it in a very palatable way for a lot of people, I think.
I think it's good too. I think it's I think there should be something mainstream that is not necessarily in conspiracy. But I'm going to talk to you about that off air. It's like I have ideas too just for street fashion in Florida that I'm like, we have a lot of clothing companies that come out of here that people, like Salt Life or some shit or Life is Good, that little stick figure. There's like little weird
Yeah.
clothing companies that people wear
Mhm.
everywhere.
Remember the Uber stuff? Like back in was it like late 90s, early 2000s? It was a little stick figure, but everything was Uber something.
It had the 2 dots over
yeah.
the E or something.
Mm-hmm.
Totes. All right. Do you guys have anything else on this lovely early Saturday morning?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
morning. I can't stand when people say Grand Rising. I think it sounds like a vampire coming out of a coffin. I know
Saying
they're
what?
trying
Grand
Rising. They're trying to not say good morning because
I've
of the
never heard
dichotomy
that
of
before, and
words.
Oh,
hate
I
it
have.
already.
It's so gay. It's gay.
It's
Sorry.
so
I'm gonna say
gay.
gay. Yeah.
It's so gay. Grand Rising. It's just like because
Like, shall
You're
I
a pompous
curtsy when I
asshole. Just say good morning.
rising?
Yeah, that's what. But it's so
I
they
should
don't say
I should
good
keep my
morning
skirt. Ooh, I'm
Were you
too
cursing?
fancy.
because you don't want to wake up morning. That's why I say big ups. I'm not saying grand rising to anyone.
Morning.
There are
I'll
some
say
things
what
about
up.
the conspiracy realm that are so gay, and grand rising is one of them.
Grand rising is one.
Wait,
They're
is that a
just
conspiracy thing?
oh yes,
Well,
because
it's
it's
in this.
The whole morning and
I don't
week and
understand. I
weekend.
don't understand why.
You haven't.
What's what's the conspiracy about
Jordan
saying good
Peterson will
morning?
like this. Abby's gonna explain it to you.
Well, you haven't heard the whole thing about the spell and words and how, morning is literally like a
Oh,
morning.
okay, yeah.
So morning. And then there's the whole they used to measure time in fortnights, but now it's the week and you work 5 days a week for the weekend, and then over the weekend you do all the things that make you feel weekend, and then you have to go back Monday morning. And I mean, there's more to it, but I mean, there's all the words in just the time is really freaking kind of weird. And it all seems like it does seem like a spell. So I get what they're saying with not wanting to say good morning, but like, cause even the weekend, like that, it makes you not want to say weekend anymore. Like, oh, I can't wait till the weekend.
Yeah, you're still
Um,
going to work. Like you're still doing the things that, like, I
yeah.
don't know. Does saying the word weekend, is that what's making it weak, or is it the fact that you've just worked for 5 days
Words of
straight?
magic,
Or you just
man,
bought
and
into the
it's
magic
putting
of the weekend on the
right.
I mean,
weekend.
honestly, you're
It's
making a
making you a
case here
slave,
for
man.
dead naming to be a real thing now,
It's
right?
back to the Tower of Babel, right?
Yeah,
Like you're
dead
trying to find
name
another
morning.
word for it. You got to change language.
I mean,
Don't you dead name my morning. You better call it grand rising.
if you truly believe that there's magic in the difference between saying grand, what is it? It's not morning, it's
Grand
grand what?
rising.
Grand
Grand
rising instead of good
rising.
morning, then definitely calling someone Caitlin instead of Bruce would mean way more than, just pleasantries.
That's
Yeah.
the whole thing that it's like are we gonna if we start dead naming or pick oh you can't say this or you can't say that or you can't say where does it end, like to what end, like that's where I'm like but why does Michelle Obama have a dick? That's why I think it's the funniest thing with Summer saying that is because some conspiracies it's like but to what end, like what it like everything you say is a
What word is
spell.
bad? Just say fuckity fuck and you're fine. Like it's okay. You could say any word. They're not
You're
bad.
allowed.
They're just words.
They're just words. What
Well,
is
unless
it?
it's on YouTube, then you can't say any word.
Then you cannot say it.
Right.
Or you can say any word, just don't start it with Dr. Fauci. I'm like, I test the censors
You're
as if
just
there's a
kidding.
Oh,
computer
there's
guy
been a few
looking at
tests
me
on
that
here
just
tonight.
pulled his glasses down, and I'm like, I'm just
Yep.
kidding, and I'm gonna. I got in trouble actually on one of the channels. I lost an audio version of a podcast I did with Natalie Denise like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and the audio version's been up forever on YouTube for months and months and months, but they took it down and they gave me a different kind of strike where I was like, when I saw that they took it down, I'm like, whoop, there goes the channel. But it's in a whole different realm of strikes. So who
Weird.
knows? Yeah. I don't even know what it was. It said bullying and harassment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Maybe it's because I got a strike in a new place. It's my first one. It's not nudity and it's not medical misinformation. It was bullying and
You
harassment.
got to collect them
Wow.
all, just like
Yeah.
Pokemon.
And they did say if I wanted to lose the strike quicker, I could take a sensitivity class.
Oh,
Those are
wow.
actually really
Oh,
fun. I actually enjoy doing those.
The sensitivity classes.
sensitivity class.
It'll
It
probably
gives
be
you
about me dead
insight.
naming people.
Dude, when we make patches or badges, we should do them
Uh,
like that. Or SSGG patch. Nudity.
Oh, yeah, where you get them for the things you got
This is
banned
your
for.
level. You're
oh yeah,
level
yeah,
one.
yeah. Like brownie, like
Medical
like each.
misinformation.
Yeah, I love this idea. Hmm.
I know. That's the thing. I came home and there was a whole bunch of like videos where it was like Are you sure you want to see this? Are you sure you want to pick this out? I was like, what? Like, I can't just click it like every news feed. And it was all P. Diddy beating up the girl in the hallway.
Oh my God. I was,
Did you guys see
yeah,
that?
that's been big,
No, I didn't.
which is like
That
from
I was gone.
2016, and that case already happened. So it's like now they're just showing it.
Can I
But
tell you what that video is equivalent to me? It's equivalent to Monica Lewinsky scandal with Bill Clinton. They give us, look at this straight grown man beating up a woman. They're having a domestic dispute, but in reality, P. Diddy ain't messing around with women. Like, it's the same way as like they give us Monica Lewinsky because they're like, look at Bill Clinton's messing around with a grown woman. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. It's the scandal to cover the scandal.
yeah. Uh, oh my gosh. Okay, so speaking of which, I'm like looking on my For You page on Instagram the other day, and I've got like targeted for nudity, like flagged on a couple of my things, and I'm wearing the uniform of my sport, which is a freaking thong swimsuit. But like, then I have this girl's bare ass, naked ass, like on my For You suggested for you page, and I'm like, seriously? So of course I reported it, and like that just goes to show though, like my posts were reported because that's not the AI picking
Mm,
that up. Why would it not pick up a bare naked ass? and then and then like when I go to report this post,
mm.
it takes you like 5 times to actually report it. It's like, what do you want to report it for? Nudity. Um, are you sure you want to report it, or do you just want to see less of this? Are you sure you want to report it, or do you just want to see like not from this person anymore? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, so my shit for nudity was actually reported too.
It is.
It's
The
it's
funniest
just
part that I just think is interesting about the online game is the people that are probably reporting you are the people that are smiling in your face. Like
I know.
it's like such jealousy. There's such a weird like I just I'm not on Facebook, but I just can't even fathom being in a world of like my sister got more likes on her picture than me. And that's what I feel like we're in this world now of grown-ups just being like Abby, all those people liked her picture, report it.
Yeah. Well, that's
Like, look at Abby
I
feeling good about herself,
Yes,
report.
gross.
I didn't even notice how petty. I didn't
Speakers
think
of
that grown
good.
up women were like that, especially. And then I go to work one day, like this
Grown up
was
men are
like
like that.
I was just about
like
to say it might even be a grown-up
yeah.
man that's like, I can't have Abby, nobody else can see her either.
But I
Yeah.
mean, I went to work, like this is like my second year teaching, and it's like the first day back, and nobody ever like really dresses up, but I'm wearing like jean capris and like a floral tank top, and I look pretty decent. This girl comes up to me, and she's like, she's pretty, and she's gives me this smile, and she's like, "You look so," and like she pauses, like she's gonna compliment me. So I smile at her, and she goes, and she looks me up and down, comfortable. And I'm like, oh, like so I start to say thanks, and then I go, I don't think that's a compliment. And she goes, well, not everybody thinks they need to dress up for these things. And she's wearing like rolled up jean shorts, like mind you, this is education, right? So they're rolled up like
Oh.
shorty ass shorts and a t-shirt. So I kind of look at her, and I look down at her shorts, and I look her back up in her eye, and I just like walk away, right? She goes to the bathroom, she comes out, and her shorts are rolled down. I was like, I'm not even gonna say nothing to you. That was fucking rude. Like, I didn't even
Ugh.
look bad. Like, there's people wearing fucking sweats with their hair up in like freaking messy ass buns and shit. And like, you're gonna freaking. It was because it was like the whole mean girl thing. Like, she saw me and felt threatened, so she had to say something.
I'll tell you something that wasn't threatened at all, and it was still like such a choice words. Is I was talking to my Maria on video one day, blah blah blah, and I like turned to the side and she goes, "Oh," and I was like, "What?" And she's like, "Your tail is long," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess it is kind of getting." And she's like, "Oh, it's a little longer than my taste would prefer." And I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "You don't like it?" And she said, "This is," and she goes, "I love the way you're expressing yourself." And I was like,
Bless your heart.
I feel like you
Bless
just
your
good
heart.
mommed me. Like, I feel like you just told me something that if my mom would have told me when I was 14, I'd probably
That's
have
what that
long,
was.
glorious hair right now.
I love it.
I love the way you're expressing yourself. Like my little kid brain just felt duped and it liked it. And like my adult brain is like, I felt like you just put me down.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I like the way you're expressing yourself.
You look comfortable.
Yeah, you look very my favorite is do these jeans make me look fat? No, it's the fat that makes you look fat. That's still my
Period.
favorite shit. I hung out with my siblings this week too, so it's like a little we're still mean to each other in that same way you are. And like you can say shit to your siblings that like no one on earth can say to you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm.
It was kind of fun. One part is some stories just happen in your family and you let them happen because you're like whatever, you're passive on it or you don't care. But for some reason, my mom told this story that I've just gotten so tired of hearing how I scared the shit out of my little brother my whole life. And she's like, and one time her brother had a My Buddy doll and she put it at the top of the closet. So when he opened it, it fell out like Chucky. And I said, oh, you mean the My Buddy doll that my godmother got me, but my little king brother could never, ever, ever let me have anything special. So you and dad had to go out and get him the exact same My Buddy doll. You mean that My Buddy doll that I put in top of the closet? Like it was just nice for those little family things to come back up again and be like, actually, here's the trauma of why I did that.
Mhm.
Here's why my little kid did that,
Yeah.
actually. I was traumatized.
Yep.
It was kind of funny. Those were the fun
I have
parts.
11% battery.
All right. Well, at 11% is when we have to say adieu to you guys, I guess. Do you guys have anything going on this week that you want to shout out or plug?
Oh, I do. I want to plug my adult occult comic. It's got 8 days left. Well, 7 days left now. We've got exactly 1 week left. If anyone wants a copy, it's over 100 pages, all original artwork, limited edition. It'll never be available in these particular formats with these covers ever again. So if you want to check it out, go and check it out. adultoccult.com.
And that's not an Andrew Schultz grift where he's like, hey, just buy this now. And then 2 weeks from now, I'm going to give it to everyone for free. He's like,
No, this one it literally won't exist unless people help back it. But there's going to be 3 different covers that won't be available after 7 days from now. And after that, you'll just have to get the individual issues.
and shout out again. I'm going to play 2 of the cartoons on our way out and shout them out again because I think they're so cool. And
late night cartoons. This
Yeah.
is something that I've been working on. And honestly, I didn't even do the animation of the art. I'm just helping write the scripts and sort of like coordinate what the final sort of storylines are going to end up being. But yeah, go to late night cartoons and please like follow all the different socials that are linked on there, because the more exposure these things get, like really hoping that these can be on like a mass audience, because they've got, I feel like they've got the right quality. They've got like all of the makings of something that could be really big, but all it needs is like some boost, some signal.
I think it's really good. I think they could be longer. I think they are so many topics, and it's just the perfect thing that used to be like Robot Chicken or Adult Swim, that you would find this little cartoon, but it would be around your genre that turned on your brain. And if there was a whole bunch of them, I would just watch them one after the other after the other. And so I just feel like the more people that back this, the more chance that we'll get more and more and more of these. So there's that opportunity one day.
I mean, the goal is to have enough of them to put together like a 60-minute supercut of just an hour of these. But right now it's taken about 2 weeks to make a 1-minute clip, because it's a lot. It's hand-drawn animation. It's not like we're not using like Flash and doing tweening and stuff. So
It's really cool. It reminds me of like Liquid Television. Remember when Liquid Television was like a cool thing, and like the animation festivals that you used to go to, like before things got shitty?
I think so too. It reminds me of like where you'd see all these different kinds of cartoons and it's like, oh, that one's specific from a specific artist that you're like, I want to see more
Yeah.
of that. And I also think anyone out there that has any good ideas or fun conspiracies that are niche, a little deeper than everybody else's conspiracy, because I think there'll also be big ones too, where it'll be all 9/11 and they'll be long. But I think that these ones that you did, like with the Kennedy and the kitten, because they're two things that are real, where they're just those another little layer on conspiracies that you already know. But think about this too, and I like it.
Yeah, the acoustic kitty's been one of my favorite ones because the sheer number of people that thought that that was a made up thing. It's not a made up thing. You can go and look it up. Ironically, Wikipedia, but there's a million other sources that show the acoustic kitty was a real documented project. Real tax money went into it. The only thing that's really under debate is whether or not it really stopped. Because the official story is that they screwed up and a cat got hit by a car and that was the end of it. But of course, you would say that if it was a success. You wouldn't tell people that, now house cats are basically spying devices just like pigeons.
And I just think it's so brilliant that they start coming out with like, look at this fake dog, look at this fake thing, look at this robot. Because as long as we're looking at the robot that they tell us that looks like the robot, then we'll never pay attention to the things that are actually like the bioengineered cats or pigeons or that exist amongst us already. It's like the Paddington bear with the queen, where everybody's like, wow, look at the CGI on Paddington. I'm like, the queen's been dead. That is fake. It's the exact same thing. They have us keep looking at, look at this robot technology of Boston Dynamics, so you don't pay attention to your cat recording you.
Oh my god! And the like first thing my head goes to is like I adopted my neighbor's cat and it's got a cross eye. And I'm like,
and how we all just have, oh, look at how I found this random stray cat.
Yeah. The neighbor's cat
It
didn't want to
just
get lived
cried
there with them anymore. Now it
incessantly
lives with
until I
me. Yeah.
eventually went out and got it. And then they even tell you that cats mimic their meows only for humans to hear because it mimics a baby crying to women. So then you're
Yeah.
like, this thing literally was made. And that's why men instinctively hate cats. Like they're just like, this isn't right. Like this isn't supposed to be here. Like their protectant is like, something's off with this thing because it's a robot. Dogs hate it.
They're spies.
Okay. I love you
Get 'em out of the
guys.
house.
Thank you
All right.
guys all
Love
for
you guys.
watching. And we will see you soon. XOXO Gossip Girl. Okay. Bye bye.
You ever wonder if maybe Kennedy wasn't shot at all? Some theories claim that Kennedy had unprecedented access to the FBI, CIA, and Vatican archives, all thanks to him being the first Catholic president of the United States and all. During a moment of deep contemplation on a Friday afternoon in Dallas, Texas, Kennedy reached total enlightenment, causing his pineal gland to explode. But if you ask this skeptic, it wasn't enlightenment that this president was trying to achieve. When the CIA wasn't busy implanting devices in humans, bulls, and donkeys, they also experimented on common house cats. Project Acoustic Kitty was developed in the 1960s with a budget of $20 million, with the aim of implanting microphones and radio transmitters into the heads of felines as surveillance devices. Rumor has it that the project was scrapped after a prototype was run over by a taxi cab. Although, who knows how many surveillance cats are out in the wild right now? How well do you know your cat?
Britney Spears, can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
are good guys. Good guys, good guys. Good guys. Witches, weirdos, mega mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys. Good guys, good guys. Good guys, witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Oh, bunnies. Hi. Okay, of course she's starving for the most attention because she's the youngest. Give me attention, please. Now, Sarah, you're very stuck up. And you're too cool for school, I get it. Jesus Christ, be nice. Girls, be nice. No fighting.
Mommy, I got my pasty. Please run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny, y'all. She's a bunny this morning.